the back seat. Check the back seat. All right, come here. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Josh, Nick, and Austin.
Nice.
Austin.
I liked being last on that one. I think that was rightfully deserved.
Well, I like to hold out the suspense. Like, who is it? Who's going to be that third person?
Who's he talking to
Drum roll,
today?
It could be anybody.
It could be.
It'll be you tomorrow again.
Yes. Yeah.
And then-
I will be back.
But not Thursday.
Thursday.
Michael Severe on Thursday.
And then Friday, it's
Whoa!
baseball.
Yeah,
Baseball.
he walks in, he goes, so you're short week? No, it's not a short week.
It is a short week.
No.
You should have taken Monday off.
I would not call it a short week. No. I would actually call it quite a long week.
Yeah, it's a long 3 weeks.
Yeah.
1 day off the next 3 weeks.
Hell yeah.
This is not a martyr baton. I love it.
I do
You
love
love
Marta
it.
Baton.
I love talking into microphones.
You
Why wouldn't
clearly
I
love
want
it. You
to-
talk about it all
true.
the time, how much you love it.
Yeah, I do. I'm
Mhm.
excited. I can't wait to go up and sit in the air. That's the martyr baton.
Oh,
Yeah, that's our martyr
What the
baton.
hell is this
It's
on
a
the
martyr.
screen?
It's a
It's a
martyr
martyr
baton.
baton, Austin.
It's,
Well,
it's a cucumber.
Color my face shocked when I turned to the stream and my face is met with the martyr baton. I
who
didn't
is-
really like that
Who is in
graphic.
current possession of the martyr baton? Is it
Probably Nick.
How do I get away from it? I don't like it.
Right, Nick?
probably Nick is correct?
I don't know. I don't know if I have it right now.
Nick hasn't told us in a few days about how busy and long nights he's working.
Did you hear about his dumb formula that he's coming up with?
No, that's a secret. That's a surprise.
Is that for today's slice?
Yep.
He told me that he made slides. And
Yep.
then he sent me a question that I could ask Mike Farron if I need any baseball questions.
Okay.
I figured it's a good bet that you need some baseball questions.
Absolutely not, Nick. I have plenty of baseball
Josh
questions.
loves prep. He loves prep more than he loves baseball. That's for sure.
I
Yeah,
have plenty
but
of,
there have
1,
been times
2,
where-
3, 4. I have 5 baseball questions.
There have been times where I've sent you questions, though, and you've asked Farron. I'm just
'Cause-
trying to help.
Yeah, okay.
And I'm curious, too. It's a question I
Martyr
really
Yeah,
want
it's a
to...
Rockies question. I'm not asking Farron or Ernest Rockies.
But
What's
I
it
think
about?
it's
They're the hottest topic in America currently.
I
Are
want to
they?
know...
I don't know. Maybe.
I think it's...
Rockies, Los Angeles.
We-
Those are the top.
What's the
should
question,
Ask
Nick?
Farron.
I think it's interesting that the Rockies are pulling most of their guys up from their AA team and just bypassing their AAA team. And I want to know if there's something to that or if they're just kind of throwing stuff at the wall.
See, now let me theorize something with you, Hepper, because you're of baseball.
Mhm.
I thought that was the old way to do things. Back when I was growing up, I thought you went from AA to the majors, barely with a stop into AAA.
I think I think in a general sense, AAA is
Dude.
just an extension of the major leagues, right? You kind of put extra guys there. So yeah, a lot of times top prospects don't have very long stays in AAA. And I also think that this is very analysis-y, which is weird.
Whoa.
I feel
Crossover. Sorry,
very
everybody.
odd
Yeah.
right now.
How
but
dare we talk sports?
yeah, like the gap between like a college player and the major leagues is shrinking and shrinking and shrinking.
Oh, wow.
The time in the minor leagues spent is just shorter than it's
College
ever been.
baseball players have never been better.
Whoa, hot
There's
take.
probably a little bit of that, but I think
Hot take
baseball
market.
teams are just like, now let's pull this really talented guy up and let's see what we got.
Okay.
You know?
But it's the Rockies, so I don't know if they actually have any talented guys or if they're just kind of yanking people up. I mean,
Yank boys.
Yanking.
Hartford did win whatever.
So who are the guys that
conference
they're bringing up?
Just
Are they
like,
prospects?
Yeah.
Or are they
they're-
just dudes?
There's some dudes and there's some
Fellas?
prospects. Like Chase Dolander, they bypassed. Like,
Okay, that's a top prospect.
he was. They
Yeah.
sent him to AAA for a few, like a week, though, before they brought him up. And now
That
they're
makes
just kind of
sense.
plucking people.
At what point do you stop being a prospect?
when you reach the major leagues.
But you said, are they bringing up prospects or are they bringing up dudes?
Like I'm talking about like random dudes, just guys, not
Ah.
like dudes. Like that guy's a dude.
Like 5-tool player?
Yeah,
Not
Okay.
fellows to be comparative, right?
exactly.
Mhm.
Austin, thank you.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was a lot of baseball.
That's
Sorry.
baseball talk.
yeah.
That's all
I'm
we
just
got.
excited for the Gen Z boys. When these two get together, they speak in coded languages that I don't
Yeah,
that's
understand.
not
Austin always
true.
comes
He
in here
just
saying
says
rip.
Okay.
I like
that,
this guy.
That also reminds me.
Oh,
I was in Des Moines this past weekend.
Here we
Rip.
go. Here we go.
And I was out and about, and I overheard a conversation.
You
This
were at
was
the-
a genuine.
you were at the function?
I overheard a genuine conversation, and I got PTSD flashbacks because someone goes, "Oh, well, what will we do afterward?" And they're like, "I don't know. It's just a short drive to the Mall of America from here." And I felt the cold shudder on my back, and I was like, "Oh no." I wanted to turn around and go, "I know where that is."
It's right up the road.
I've heard about it before.
I've heard about that place.
That was tough. I actually thought it was like a plant. I thought like they saw me and they were like, "What if we just say this really loudly and see if he
That's that
reacts?"
guy from 1620.
He doesn't know about the Mall of America.
It's like that meme where the
tough.
guy's in the corner at the party. They
Yes.
don't know that I don't know about the Mall of America. He doesn't know about the Mall of America.
That was tough. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Was that the crossover? That was the other crossover, right? Or was that
That
when
was
you
one
filled
with
in
John.
for me?
That was when, I was filling in. Yeah,
when
I was
in
with
Boston?
John. Yep,
Mm.
because we were emulating and we were talking Pokemon and stuff like that too.
Hell yeah.
yeah. hmm
Wow.
Awesome.
That's-
Found out what Pokemon John was.
Yes,
He was Pikachu,
he's a
by the way.
Pikachu. That's right.
No way. Isn't Pikachu popular and famous?
That's
Yes.
John Bishop in a sentence.
And
Yes,
I guess he is kind of popular.
It's very popular and famous.
I proposed a big plan to Josh earlier before we got started. I think we should start a little petition, see if we can get John Bishop to throw the first pitch for the CWS.
with his
Left hand.
with his arm.
His left hand.
That'd be fun. He's announcing it while he's throwing out the first
No,
pitch.
wait. He's. Oh, so you want him to
It's
do it
his-
with
yes.
his crushed hand?
Yes, his
Okay.
crushed hand. Yes.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's mean.
I was gonna say, like, he still has his throwing arm
Yes,
that
but
he could use.
Don't we want to inspire? Isn't that what the College World Series is all about?
With the music, dun dun dun.
Yeah, see?
dun, dun, dun,
Oh,
dun,
the
we
dun,
could play
NCAA
one
music.
shining moment. It'd be
dun,
great.
dun, dun, dun.
John Bishop has been working at the College World Series for a very long time.
Been about 20 years now, I think.
He also broke his wrist while falling in the lawn 3 weeks ago. Please give him a round of applause as he throws out this first pitch. Everybody slowly rises to their feet.
They're all like, "Wait, what? What are we?"
I feel like I missed a part of the story here.
Can they play like the grr of your like Creighton score, like the walk-off? Can they play that when he throws the strike?
Good
inevitably?
idea. Good idea. Lot of elements we can include.
Yeah.
Our friend Jim and O'Neill tweets in.
Hey Jim.
I like that Austin is co-hosting with Josh. We really need Austin to talk about Western Nebraska as much as possible.
So anything west of 144th.
So I got a question for you.
Please.
Did you see Cam Kojal's tweet about when he was a tiny baby?
Yes.
What park is that? Where is that?
I don't know. That's a good question.
It
Let
looked
me
like
look
a
it up again.
replica of. They were trying to make Rosenblatt Stadium, but he was wearing a
tweeted it,
shirt
right?
that said Kearney on it, and there was hills in the background, and I knew it wasn't Omaha or Lincoln at that point. Like
No,
I'm
let me
talking
see.
about like sand hills type of hills.
I need to go back because he tweeted it.
He
didn't
tweeted it like today during the show.
Mm,
It was like an hour and a half ago or something.
okay. Let me see.
Since you're the expert on
Don't worry.
Western
I'll
Nebraska.
figure this out. Let me see. Okay. So, the What a Blessed Life. This part.
yes, and a lot of hashtags.
Wow. That is.
Where is that?
I have no clue.
I can tell you
where
that's
could
not in
this be?
Omaha.
What's going on? What's happening?
Well,
It's too much to explain.
that is
Josh.
unfamiliar territory to me. I'll tell you that. That looks like it's just a random park out in the middle of nowhere.
Okay.
But why does it have royal signage and stuff?
I
back
don't
there?
know.
Is it just like a miniature Rosenblatt that someone recreated?
It looked like that's what they were trying to do with that.
Interesting.
I'm sure.
Oh, they didn't just go up to the zoo, to the tiny baby ballpark at the zoo?
No.
It's so tiny.
Maybe that's what it is.
It's
No,
not.
It's probably not.
No, it's not. It's definitely not. I would recognize that.
It's so tiny.
Trying to see if anyone like in the replies had anything here.
So where is this?
Yeah.
Reply guys.
Okay.
Wow, a lot of AI in the replies.
else goes on in
Cam
Western
Kojal, that's
Nebraska?
interesting. Legion baseball right now. Huge Legion baseball season.
Oh,
They
give 'em the
love-
chains.
Mhm. No change in Legion baseball. How dare
Shout out
you?
to Legion Baseball, though. I loved Legion Baseball. I was a Legion baby.
Mm.
You know what that means, Josh?
You played Legion Ball as a baby?
You played. It's actually the exact opposite of that. You played Legion Ball after high school. So when I
What? As,
Yep,
as an
yep,
adult
yep.
man?
so
Yep.
I
You can
went
come back until you're like 20, right?
in
Or
the
something
spring.
like
I went to college, or in the fall after my senior year, I went to college and played baseball.
And then the following
congratulations.
and then I quit. I was
You
no
quit
longer
college?
I was no longer playing college baseball anymore.
Oh, that's right. You
So-
went to a JUCO, right? To
Right.
play ball.
But at that point, my career had
he
ended.
knows ball.
#athlete.
My
Pepper
career
does
had
know ball.
ended.
Yep.
And then I was like, I want to play one more year.
Please
Let me
play.
And they were like, okay.
Were
Great
you-
idea.
Were
Did
you
you
a
ever-
pitcher?
I was whatever. What?
Oh,
yeah.
utility.
I was
utility
everything.
man.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you ever formally announce your retirement? Would you like to do so now?
Yeah,
Oh.
you should have drafted a
I don't
tweet.
think I ever did.
You should put out a statement.
Yeah,
I never let that die.
Yep, you
no,
should.
I'm not announcing my
Oh,
retirement.
you're not
Okay.
retired.
Just in
Okay.
case.
Just
yeah.
in case.
They
Yeah.
might call you up.
He's
Yeah.
like
You don't
Larry
know if
Fitzgerald.
yeah. You don't know if Murray State's going to need you this weekend. Anything
Well,
could
he's
possibly.
probably out of eligibility.
I don't know.
I went
Sounds
out.
like
and,
he has plenty
I went
left.
out and shagged fly balls in the outfield. At
You
the,
what
at the,
fly balls?
Shagged.
Nick, I thought you were a baseball man.
No, I know it's because shag is British slang for.
Whoa,
British, Nick?
Yeah, Nick, this is America. We
Oh.
speak American here.
My
Nick.
bad.
That's
Yeah,
true.
Thank you.
I can never let the dream die.
Yeah.
That's
Never
good.
let the dream.
Why'd
die.
you quit?
Would it
then?
be?
It wasn't.
Bad coach?
It wasn't right for me.
Coach sucked, huh? Seems
Did they
like-
drop your NIL?
Oh,
It
you went to the coach and said, "I need
It
more."
was not
Yeah,
a
you
rule
did. You
at that
Nico'd
point.
them. You tried to go to a different legion.
I think they
didn't
paid
you?
for my books, and
UCLA wants me.
there was something. I don't know. It wasn't like a full scholarship, but it was like definitely some of it.
It was
Yeah.
a half ship,
Yeah.
Nice.
like a rowboat.
I don't know what the percentage. Because they only have so many scholarships, and definitely at that place they only had so many scholarships.
Is there a bio page for you on the
I
internet?
don't know.
Connor Happer baseball.
Can we find your
Baseball.
stats on Baseball Reference?
I didn't play. I never played. I just
Oh.
played there for a fall.
First 5 links when you search Connor Happer baseball.
Yeah.
Your Twitter, 1620 The Zone, your Twitter show,
Yes.
and then Max Preps
Yeah, Max Preps.
Yeah.
before the Locked On host.
Yeah.
Man.
Is there any stats on there?
Would you rather
Uh,
have those in a different order, or are you happy with that order?
Yeah,
That's
that is-
good.
Let's
probably
see,
good.
Happer.
Can we find his high school stats? Or those?
That's what
anywhere?
he's on.
Right.
Max
Oh, okay.
Preps.
Yeah. It just
There could not have been stats.
no. It does say you were at Central.
You would have to go to the
Were
capsule.
you number 10?
Yes, I was.
Wow.
You would have to go to the capsules like in the papers. You'd have to go back to the papers.
That is
When you do go to page 2, you do run out of Connor Happers and you get to Connor Harpers.
Yeah.
Oh,
Now,
Different
Happer, there is a record that is associated with you. It's 7-13 career
Whoa.
history. Is that real? You think?
7-13.
Were you 7-13, or-
It's possible.
or were you 7-4-13 at the plate?
That'd be really good.
Yeah, that's Hall of Fame. Now you'd have to extrapolate it over many, many years. Your
It's-
national rank was 5,258.
wow. There's a lot of kids nationally. That's
How
pretty
did they
good.
rank them?
You're number 29 in the state. I don't know. Let's go look at the rankings.
29 in the whole state.
Whoa.
This
People
is
are in
National
the state?
Baseball Spring of
Wait,
2011.
29 in the state.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's
you were
pretty good.
You were 29th best in Nebraska.
That's
Damn,
not very
Happer.
good.
It's not. Yes, it is 29th of all the state.
And there's a lot of baseball. A lot of baseball in
A
Nebraska.
lot of people that play baseball
Mhm.
Yeah.
in
I
Nebraska.
guess. Yeah.
So you think this is fake?
I don't know. I have no idea what.
If
any
you
of it
were told you
means.
were top 30 in anything in the state of Nebraska, you'd feel pretty good about yourself, right?
I'd feel great about it.
So-
well, no,
is that true?
But
But
again,
said I
you
was
were
a top
top
30 radio host in Nebraska. I'd actually be
Oh,
like,
yeah,
that's
that'd be a
that
tough
would be
look.
kind of tough.
yeah, that's
That would be tough.
yeah. I don't want to be top 30.
I don't know.
There's a lot of radio hosts though.
I know, but I'm better than
Whoa. So what? So what
Put
level
a
would you
Max
want to be at? then?
Preps page for
Top
Josh.
15?
for the whole state.
Yeah.
I don't know,
Top
10,
15?
top 10.
Oh, top 10.
Feel good about top 10.
Feel good about that.
Does that include the FM?
Are those radio hosts?
Yes.
I mean,
Okay,
are those
sure.
disc jockeys?
They host and they have a radio show.
I
Whoa.
guess they do talk sometimes.
Yeah, fair.
We've done about as much
Not
in the
very
crossovers
much.
I think they do in their whole shows. And we still have 4 hours.
I once
left.
again during the middle of our show, just during a break, I went over there and I just kind of stood there.
peeked in.
No, I went all the way in.
Oh yeah, because I guess no one's in there to
I
stop
breathed
you.
the air. and-
Yeah,
yeah. It's
they're going to
great.
call in the National Guard on you.
Get
Oh,
about-
Marines now.
Marines, apologies.
What did they rebrand the National Guard? What did I miss here? What about the Marines? What do you mean?
Well, they're calling him in on Happer because he's invading
Oh.
that space
Oh,
over
okay,
there,
yeah.
gotcha.
trying to take him out.
Nobody knew that I was ever there though until just now.
Till just
Mhm.
now.
So,
Number
wow,
29th. in
number
the state.
29. That's it.
And number 5,258 in the country.
I suppose that's not that bad.
Yeah,
That's pretty good.
No,
I don't know
take
what.
that.
I don't know how
I'll
they
take
come up with their ranking system though.
Yeah, I'd love to know the formula.
Maybe, it's
Maybe they use-
proprietary, like Nick.
Maybe they used my equation.
Yeah.
that. Maybe you didn't.
is
You didn't
happening?
use this enough to feel like that chip on your shoulder, so that's why you didn't progress further.
I made the. I think I was all state something, and then
You're in good hands.
I made
Nice.
not that all state.
By the way, Nick.
Thanks.
And then I made an all star team
Hey,
The
now.
World Herald
I see.
All-Star team?
Panhandle Prep?
No, it was
Oh.
the Colin Orcutt game. They separate all the dudes in Omaha that they pick or whatever onto 2 teams. And it was the game, it was at Seymour Smith. And I was really happy.
There's a disc golf course there.
Right. And that's exactly what I was going to say. And then it was the day of my graduation.
Oh.
And so I went and I got introduced. I waved to everybody and we did the national anthem. I took infield and then I left to go graduate.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I never played.
Wow. Maybe that's why you didn't go to Nebraska.
Maybe that's why I didn't get ranked number 28.
Well, John wants to know, Happer was 29th in the state. Why did he end up at a junior college? Did he forget to study?
Ooh.
I didn't have very good grades.
29th in the state seems like you should go play not actual, but
Oh, this is 2010.
yeah.
And you didn't want to go Division II? You weren't like a Wayne State or a Washburn or any Northwest Missouri State?
Yeah, I guess I got some. I was having conversations with coaches.
You were
during
in
that time.
conversations?
Yeah.
Concepts of a
I
plan.
just never pursued any of it. I don't know.
Yeah.
I wasn't very active in my own recruitment.
You never put the hats on the table or anything?
Yeah.
Did you list a top 5 and tweet it out?
Your
No.
Twitter bio needed to have the
Yeah.
information.
Did
I
Hayes
knew-
Fawcett make a graphic for you?
If I would have known what I know now, I would have probably played college baseball at a pretty high level. Because I would have been able to manipulate my own recruitment into people thinking that I was good.
That's true.
That's fair.
Wow.
You know what
A
I
lot
mean?
of highlights?
Oh yeah.
Mm.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
I would have promoted myself.
So
You're
your
not good at
jersey,
promoting yourself.
I am horrible at it.
your jersey number,
Still, even in my professional life, I'm bad at it.
your jersey number was 10. Is there significance behind that, or is
I
it
just like the number. I love 10.
Yeah.
Respect.
10's a great number.
fair enough?
Oh my gosh, because I was just thinking about how you promote yourself, and that is with the tweet before every show, and I just noticed that I am in the tweet today.
You are.
We have.
You didn't
We were
even
doing
see
a
it,
radio
much like
show.
many college baseball coaches. Will never see.
I'm gonna retweet it now.
There
You know what? You should have paid for Twitter. That way, it would have boosted your account, and then more people would have seen it.
I don't think I joined Twitter till probably 2012 or 11.
June of 2011.
Whoa.
Yeah. So that was
Right after your recruitment.
That was right after I quit baseball.
And you're like, I guess I need something to do. I'm gonna tweet.
I'll start tweeting.
Or did he quit baseball because of Twitter?
Oh, he was so excited for it.
Were you
Yeah.
just tweeting everywhere?
Every now and then, a high school kid follows me, and their bio is usually that garbage. It's just like 5-star,
2029 athlete.
6'3",
Yep.
225.
I
Here's
do-
my huddle.
I do find it interesting.
Don't
They
care.
put their phone numbers in their Twitter bios.
So weird,
That's
man.
so
Yeah.
interesting.
Do you think how many people call
Do you think that's their actual number? Or do you think they just picked up a burner from
They got
Walmart?
2 phones, as the kids say.
Yeah.
Josh was appalled when I told him the other day that my DMs were straight up open.
Gross.
I
That
have
is
open
so
DMs.
Mine are open.
Do you get the invites to the groups?
Yes, I get invites to groups. I have a lot of cryptocurrency
Yeah,
conversations.
probably like
You
14
gotta
to
start
20
blocking
a
those
day.
people.
No, I kind of
What?
It's
Probably
fun
like
to be
15
able
to
to
15 to 20 a day. They'll be like,
Yeah.
Yuck.
you join this group.
My DMs
But
are
it shows
so.
up in like the requests.
Oh, okay.
It's not like you don't
right.
get a
Yeah,
notification.
they're not
about
like
it.
they're actual. You have to go into like the message request.
I
and
guess
go
that's the
through
part
it,
that
yeah.
I'd be worried about. Is I would just constantly get these DM where it's just like, hey, blah 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 blah.
Yeah,
blah.
but you don't have to look at them unless you want to.
Okay. Yeah, but no, I close. I always close. I've always kept them closed.
Mm.
Never once
Closed
open.
boy.
If I DM you, then you can DM me. Those are the rules.
I should put that into my bio right now. My DMs are open, just in case.
Oh, people always say that. Yeah,
Yeah.
my DMs are open.
in case you want to
should
contact
put
me
your phone
via
number in
transfer
there.
portal. I should.
I just remember doing an overreaction with Damon one time, and he was responding to just random DMs. from
Oh, he
people.
loves responding.
He loves a DM.
I'm
Yeah.
like, dude, no way.
Damon has made a lot of friends on the internet.
He
I
does,
think.
yeah.
I mean, look,
Yeah.
to be fair, I have 2. Lots of my friends are from the internet, but
Mhm.
I just don't want to DM people.
I don't know how many friends I have from the internet.
My bestest of
Mm,
friends are from
That's a
the
good
internet.
question.
One of my internet friends is going to be my groomsman.
There you go.
Whoa.
All of mine
One
were.
of my groomsmen.
You've met him before, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. That's good.
He's when
Will
we
he
go
come-
to Ames for Boys Week.
But you knew each.
Boys Week.
Hang
yeah,
on.
we do
There's
Boys
another
Week.
name.
Here
for
we
it.
go. Here we go. Here we go.
What
We
is
found
Boys
it.
Week?
Well, it's usually the first week of July because his birthday is the 3rd.
Okay.
Me and a few of our other internet friends will meet up in Ames. We'll just hang out.
You met each other on the internet.
Yes, Xbox.
Nice.
Xbox. What game?
Destiny 2.
So it was destiny for you to meet the boys.
Yes, it was.
Nice.
Density. That's cool.
Great reference.
Yeah, now one of them's my groomsman. It's really cool. Cool for a full circle moment.
All right. What else do you do in Ames on Boys Weekend?
It's mostly bar hopping and
You
disc
just
golf,
get absolutely
Yeah.
ripped.
hiking.
Rip.
Rip.
Yeah.
Probably the drunkest I've gotten in a while was last year during Boys Week.
Boys Week?
Yeah, we were bar hopping in Des Moines, and I was gone.
I thought you were bar hopping in Ames.
Well, I mean,
Did you bar hopped all the way to Des Moines?
It's a lot of hopping.
No, we went to Des Moines to bar hop.
What happens to
and ended up in Ames?
What happens to boys' weekend when the boys become married and men?
They got to start going to breweries.
Yeah, there you go.
Nick, are you going to Des Moines with the boys this weekend or this summer rather?
I don't know because it sounds like
because you're big and engaged now.
No, it sounds like Boys Weekend might be happening in Georgia at another one of our boys' place, and I can't afford to fly to Georgia.
It's more uncomfortable by the week.
What, they moved Boys Weekend to Georgia?
It sounds like they moved Boys Weekend to Georgia.
What? The boys went down to Georgia.
I can't go to Georgia right now. I'm saving up for a wedding.
You can go to Georgia. Flights are cheap.
They're like $2.
Have you? What music do you play with the boys? What's like the general vibe? Like Kenny Loggins or like what's going on out there?
A lot of dad rock and
I can see
like metal.
Dad rock and metal.
Yeah.
Well, that's a bummer because I was going to say if you go to Des Moines, I was going to recommend Lua Brewing, which is one of my favorite breweries, and they have awesome food too.
Yeah.
But,
Can you get ripped there?
I mean, it's a brewery, of course you can.
We
It's going to
usually
be a little more expensive than a bar.
That is true.
We usually not a weeb hit up a Japanese restaurant.
Of course you do.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I think it's called Hana or something. It's next to one of the malls. Really good.
Totally.
Mall of
not a
America?
weeb.
My favorite sake is at that place.
Every word you say.
My favorite sake.
You should have a favorite sake. It's
So
good.
the boys try sake. This sounds like an episode of like How I Met Your
Bum.
Mother.
Oh,
Like,
I thought you were
Always
going to say
Sunny.
Sunny. Yeah. The boys try sake.
Yeah, for sure. What else can you tell us about the boys and their weekend?
Did they kick Nick out? That's my question.
Is there a theme?
No, there's not a theme.
Oh, okay.
We just hang out.
The theme is boys.
We crash at my buddy's house. We play video games. Sometimes we go to like game stores.
The theme
like
is
that.
boys.
Wow. You go to game
It's
stores.
just dudes hanging out. That's all it is.
that's
Okay,
cool.
so
It's
when
great.
it comes to your actual like bachelor party, what are you going to do? Is it just
Great
That's
question.
just
Is it
boys'
just-
weekend
is it a-
junior.
yeah. So is
No,
that an
that's
upgraded
when it
version
goes
of
to
the boys?
men weekend.
So
It's boys to the max.
I
is what
have
it
your
is.
man meet Michael.
we're actually we're gonna do a combined bachelorette party. We're gonna go.
Oh, don't do that.
Hiking somewhere.
No, don't do the combined.
Well, you can't like see each other though. That's the whole deal.
You should hike a
I
different.
think that's
mountains.
just a wedding thing. I think you can see somebody during a.
Yeah, but like you could go to the same city, but just like be in different parts of the city.
Yes, exactly.
I don't know what the full details are. I just know that we're both gonna be at the same place at the same time.
The same place.
Pad.
Are you staying in the same
Canceled.
place?
Canceled this, Nick. Get out.
Get out of my bachelor.
Yes.
The whole
Yep.
wedding.
No, not the wedding. Keep the wedding on.
Let the boys go to your bachelor party, but you don't show up. Stay
Oh.
mysterious.
Whoa,
Make that your bachelor party. Have them come find you.
that's the puzzle.
There we go. That
Oh,
would be
I like
that'd
that.
actually be not a,
A
bad bachelor
scavenger
party.
hunt.
Yeah.
You have to find the bachelor.
And you're like, all right, boys, come find me.
now that
Phrasing,
sounds like what
but
that sounds like something the Gen Zs would do. They
Oh,
they
yeah.
hide themselves somewhere for their boys to come find them.
Patrick says if you do the combo, you have to do a second batch party without the ladies.
Yeah, boys.
You got to do a boys one, Nick.
Okay.
Just your buds.
Yeah, you should go to
And
Georgia.
this is not Nick about the old school, like you got to go to a strip club. No, you just got to hang out
you
with
just
the
gotta hang out with the
dudes.
boys.
I actually found out, I don't know like when this all changed, like bachelor parties are like now like weekends or like week-long events and stuff. but-
Week-long event.
yeah, I was
I've definitely done
I
a couple
was-
extended weekends.
Yeah, I was the best man in a wedding that the bachelor party was like 4 or 5 days. Like
Holy
it was
God.
and we went to
How?
Wyoming and back. It was nuts.
I haven't
But
been to a bachelor party in a long time now.
Last one I was at was mine.
Wow.
if you would have stuck with
You guys
baseball,
shot
you would have been more.
guns.
No, that was a different.
Oh,
that was a
nice.
brother. The same year though.
Oh, okay.
The last
Yeah.
the last bachelor party I went to was pre-COVID.
Whoa.
Holy crap! Nick.
Dang.
None of my friends have gotten married since then. I'm the next one.
You
What
gotta
about
get
the
some of your
boys?
boys married.
Yeah, get the boys married.
Yeah. What's
Some
up
of the
with-
boys got married. One of them got divorced.
You weren't invited.
Shout
to the
out to that
boys'
guy.
Hey,
wedding?
a chance for a second wedding with the boys.
I had 2 bachelor parties.
Boom.
Second one, I won $1,000 gambling. I had a great night. I rolled at the craps table. Won money.
Craps?
You won
Craps?
twice on your second try. That's actually really nice.
It was sweet.
Nice.
Yeah.
Craps with the boys.
Man,
Mhm.
5 days.
Yeah, it was too long.
That's way too
It's a
much.
lot of days.
How many? Where was the location?
We this is gonna be the most Western Nebraska thing that I can tell. We stayed in Broken Bow, and then we drove 5 hours to go to Cheyenne Frontier Days and watch Tim or who was it? Keith Urban, something like that.
Oh,
at Cham for 2 days.
Nice.
And then drove back to Broken Bow to golf. And we rented out a 9-hole golf course in the middle of Custer County, which no one went to.
That's
And
creative. That's cool.
I asked, can we rent out this course? And the guy says, no one plays here. So sure. And I go, okay.
It's
Yeah.
yours.
And then
you've rented it.
The next day, we went to the Buffalo County Fair and went to whatever concert was there that night. And then the Sunday was when everything was over. It was forever.
That's
It
a
was
lot
long.
of stuff.
It was a lot of stuff. It was a lot of miles. A lot of miles.
Yeah. A lot of driving. That's just
A lot
too
of
much.
driving.
Probably driving.
Yeah.
For
Jordan
I just
said-
want to. I'm with Nick. I would just want to sit in like a big house and just like hang out.
That's great.
Just get
Yeah.
hammered. Yeah,
That's a great
That's
bachelor
that's
party.
the whole
tell
thing.
stories.
Yeah.
Go to a
Exactly.
different city. Don't bring a car and just be there.
Right. Exactly.
Get ripped.
Rip.
Those are the days.
Get ripped.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Ripped.
Yeah. Before mine, last year or a couple years ago, I guess all my brothers got married that year. So I went to 3 bachelor parties, counting my own.
Ooh.
But before that, it had been many years since I had been to
I
one.
think I got invited to a bachelor party. It was supposed to be like this weekend.
Oh,
Are you
Whoa.
going?
No, I am not.
Was it
I
one of
have
your
the
old baseball
Challenge
friends?
World Series.
Why don't
No.
you just take the day off? It's a short week.
Great
I
point.
am taking a day off for his wedding.
Oh,
When's that?
during the
October.
College World Series. Oh.
Oh, yeah, we talked about that.
Yeah.
Hmm.
October.
Yeah, I remember talking to my dad about like his bachelor party. He was like, "Yeah, it was just the night before the wedding." That's kind of sick. I actually like that.
That's the way it used to be.
Mhm.
That's the way it used to be.
I
Bachelor party the night before the wedding.
A boys' weekend.
That's the way they did it in The Hangover.
Mhm.
They went to Vegas and then they tried to
That's
get
right,
back.
because they were going to be late for the wedding.
Doug was
Mhm.
very sunburned on the roof.
Very
Spoiler
sunburned.
alert.
Yeah.
So-
they were supposed to get back, and then they were there for too long because they couldn't find him.
I was on the phone with my dad this last weekend just talking about wedding stuff, and he brought up
Boys.
his bachelor party, which I'd never actually heard about before. I've never thought to ask him.
Is it a boys' weekend?
And he didn't tell me. I mean, it kind of sounded like it. He didn't tell me all the details, but he said it involved a closed road and a hay rack. I don't know what
Okay,
that
Hang
I
means.
don't
on.
like that.
Hang
Yeah.
on.
I don't have any details. He didn't give any.
Handcuffs.
Time to
further
follow
details.
up with him,
Yeah.
Nick.
Closed
Did
room.
he not
Is
want
this-
to share more details, or did you not want to press more?
Is this
did
like
you
the
wa-
time he had the internet before everybody?
Okay, no, that was true. It just wasn't the internet. That was true, though.
Okay, all right, good.
Patrick and chat, Nick, did your dad have internet friends on his bachelor party?
He definitely did.
No, he had IRL friends. That means in real
Mm.
life.
Oh,
Mm.
yeah.
Mm.
I just went to Vegas.
Nice.
Do
That's a
like
classic.
Vegas.
That's a
That's
classic.
on brand.
Yeah, it was good.
You have fun?
Not really.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Eh,
You didn't have fun at your own bachelor
Well, I
party?
had a lot of fun and then way less.
Yeah, right.
Oh.
Yeah.
Bummer.
Yeah, you always start off too strong. Vibes are way too high at the beginning. Everyone's
Especially if you're
way
in
too
Vegas.
way
Frozen
too excited.
daiquiris in the pool.
Whoa.
Yeah. Charge them to my room, please.
I'll say that 20 times over.
Yeah.
The last bachelor party I was on was like a couple of days before I hosted for you in the summer, last summer. And I lost my phone. And I remember Odson was like, I don't know if I can get a hold of you. And he was like messaging me on like Facebook and Twitter and
Oh,
everything.
yeah.
That was a good time.
Yeah.
Lost my
yeah.
phone in the bottom of the Lake of the Ozarks.
You told me about
Yeah.
that.
Still out there somewhere.
That was like
Wow.
we never really actually met, I don't think,
Nope.
before.
we texted once and that was it.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was a
Look
good
at
time.
that.
And
Look at
he trusted me with the show. He was like, yeah, good guy.
He's one of the boys.
Yeah. He is.
That's right.
One of the
If
boys.
If we had a
the boys.
boys trip right now, Austin would go.
Yes.
Really?
I know where we should go.
Where are we going?
Yeah.
Cheyenne?
No.
Oh, the Mall of America.
Mall of America. What are you talking about?
I would like to rent out the Mall of America, please.
The Great Mall, as the kids say.
You could do a scavenger hunt in there.
That would be
Good.
sick. Let the boys find you. I'm just on the Ferris wheel.
Happer, not to go back to sports because we did begin the crossover with sports today, but there's something basketball related
Uh-oh.
that you will say I don't really care about this, but you do obviously care about this. I'm going to read from John Walker, friend of 1620.
Oh, is it about Fedor?
No.
Oh.
NCAA announced some rule changes for men's basketball.
Oh, no. Is it the quarters?
Notably, adding a coach's challenge to review out of bounds, goaltending and interference, and stuff involving the restricted area, and there is now continuation on shooting fouls. College basketball is moving to the NBA.
Really?
NCAA says
Wow.
there's positive momentum for moving from halves to quarters. And he also said, Happer, officials can no longer review out-of-bounds calls outside of a coach's challenge. That should speed up those drawn-out
That's
endgame
cool.
scenarios. Yeah.
That's cool.
Can't wait for quarters.
I will say
Badass.
that being involved with the women's game and being subjected to the quarter system is totally fine.
Women.
I like it.
It's awesome.
I don't necessarily need it to change.
Oh, I'm so excited. Austin, how do you feel about quarters?
I actually prefer halves. I like them.
Whoa.
I love halves.
Wow. It's like John
see, at
never
least
left.
Boys.
I like watching at halves because college basketball is so fun because you just think there's infinite time because it's like
But it's
like
20 minutes.
there's like
not
there's
infinite.
no, but like a team's
it's like boy math.
no exact. This is boy math. How I explain this. So like your team, there's 11 minutes left. Your team is down by like 19. You're like, there's plenty of time. I have 11 minutes.
But if
like,
there's 1 minute left in
there's
the
1
third
minute left
quarter,
in the third, you're like freaking out. There's no way I can get back.
Wow. That is some good boy math.
okay, hold on. So what? 11 minutes. It'd be 1 minute left before
The end of the third.
There's something about
1 minute left for the end.
But
of the
there's
third
something
quarter.
about the break, like right, like all those blowouts in like the NBA like playoffs this past like postseason when like the team is so dejected, like walking into the
We
TV
can put that out
timeout.
as a poll question. What seems like more time?
11
1 minute
minutes.
left in the third, or 11 minutes left in the
In the second
100
half?
It's
Yeah.
100% 11 minutes left in the second half.
All right,
It's
well,
100%.
Odson, do you want to put that one up or I can?
It's a good pull.
It's
Mhm.
interesting. It's
What's
interesting.
the question? What seems like more time?
Which seems like more time?
Okay.
1 minute left in the third quarter, or 11 minutes left in the second half.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I'm curious to see where this ends up. I don't know if I
Hashtag
have
boy
an
math.
opinion one way or the other. I guess, Austin, what I would say to that as a coach, what I would say is we just play it one possession at a
Yep.
time.
Yep.
Mama, there goes that man.
Well,
Mm.
wouldn't you rather have like an extended like at that point if your team is losing and you're like, oh, it's like the last game of the year, right? And you're watching your team.
Last game of the season.
You want the season to go on as long as possible. You don't want the fourth quarter to start and you're just like dreading those last minutes. Like the second half, it always gives you some sort of inspiration. You're like, we could go on a run.
So if
We have so
yeah,
much time
so when
left.
Nebraska
okay, I'll
came
go
back
with you on
against
that.
Northwestern, if it would have been quarters, they would have been like, "There's no way we're going to come back
Yes.
and win this game."
Yes.
But because it was halves,
But
they were like, "We
I,
got this."
I would
guys.
argue that comeback would have been better if it was quarter.
The last game of the season thing is good. Like if you know your season's over,
Mhm.
what do you want there to you want there to be?
one quarter or one half left.
You want to be in the halves.
Yeah,
in
I'd
the
rather
half
have the half.
system.
Yeah.
Yeah. it feels better.
I can't wait for you guys to talk to Mac this year. Like, does the game seem shorter now to you because of the quarters?
I like how Austin's brain goes there because most people are like, "Oh, well, the fouls reset." And
That's
and
what
the
I
bonus,
do.
and the-
That's
and
my
Austin's
thought.
like, "There's more time." Listen, there's not more time.
Listen, a Blue Jay shoot round is going to be electric.
Oh
if
my
it changes to
gosh.
quarters, I'm just going to go on a tirade before that Missouri Western Tech game or whatever their first game is.
Oh my gosh. I can't wait to listen. Wow.
Me
I
and
love
Joey just going at it.
That's great. I've been on that show before.
Yeah. I used to host that show.
Yep.
Yeah,
I was the original host.
those were
Yes,
the days.
Josh is like my great ×8 grandfather of the show, something along those
I always
lines.
forget. Yeah. Who did I hand it off to? I handed it off to Corey.
Corey gave it to Robbie.
Corey gave it to
I was
Robbie.
there
Robbie
for,
did it for a while.
he
Robbie
did.
did it for many years.
I was there for the end of Corey and
Many
the beginning
years.
of Robbie.
And
that
then
was
Robbie
me.
gave it to you?
No.
No, it went to Jimmy, didn't it?
Yep.
And then Jimmy gave it to you.
Yes.
Wow. So I'm your
Garter
great, great,
baton.
great, great grandfather.
Mhm. The shoot around baton.
Who handed it to you?
Creighton.
Whoa.
Wow.
You were the first.
You
Host,
birthed the shoot around.
I created
Your
it.
proto shoot around.
It was Josh
Maybe that's why
Dotzler and
people
me.
hate Creighton because you hosted the first Blue Jay shoot around.
Wait, it's my fault for the Jays hate?
Jasker Josh.
Mm. Yep, I was the first host.
how
Neil
have you
Melkin.
beaten the Jaysker allegations?
It's pretty wild, isn't it?
How's it possible?
No
you
one
do
ever-
the women's basketball.
I know. There's one person who calls me a Jaysker.
You are basically the voice of women's basketball.
Yeah. Old man Doug says, "Why am I not considered a Jaysker?" He basically asked that. Right?
That's a great question by
why
Old Man
is
Doug.
why is Josh not considered a Jaysker?
Interesting.
Why does Josh not wear Blue Jay gear?
Whoa.
He asks these questions of me.
You stay neutral.
I
These
do
are
say
good
neutral.
questions.
Yeah,
These
I
are
don't
good
really wear
questions.
Nebraska gear.
Now, okay.
I have some shirts, but
Yeah,
I, don't really wear
I
them
do
very
have some
often.
follow-ups, but maybe that would reveal some
Oh.
information that we don't want to reveal.
Uh-oh.
So-
Oh.
Well, it's just about the
You trying to
about
dox him?
when you do basketball games this year.
Oh.
We don't know what form it's going to be in
Oh yes.
yet.
Yes.
So then maybe
Yes.
you will be forced. I will give
Uh-oh.
you some of my Blue Jay gear.
Interesting. I mean, even when I call the
Uh-oh.
games on the radio, I just wear zone gear.
Nice.
Interesting. Interesting.
Where's zone gear?
Quick question for the room.
The boys.
For the
boys.
boys.
For the boys.
The boys.
You're watching a football game.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Graphic. Josh has a graphic.
Oh, awesome.
You're watching a football game. Your team is down by 1 score. With how much time left in the game do you just kind of give up?
1 score?
Yeah.
Wait, in
Never.
basketball?
I never give up.
Football.
Hold on. What was the
Football.
question? Say it one more time.
So you're watching a football game.
Okay.
Your team is only down by a touchdown. How much time left in the game do you just kind of give up on it?
The game would have to end. You're only down 1 score.
No. I've watched many a Carolina Panther game where this is a realistic scenario.
1 touchdown?
Yes.
You can get 1 touchdown. Have you watched the Iowa game
but
from 2021?
It also depends on what part of the field
Bad.
I am on. Like, if my team has the ball and, like, I'm at the 20, there's, like, my own 20, there's no way. Like, I just give up. I have legitimately turned off televisions and been like, I give up.
What the hell?
I would rather have
Your team has the ball.
Yes,
How about a
I would
touchdown?
rather have the story of being like, no, I gave up on the play and saw it later than like have to suffer through that 1 second. I've done it many times.
Really?
I'm a very typical beat the traffic guy when it gets to that. Like
Wow.
all the tweets or all the clips of like people leaving the stadium
You're
early.
in 'em?
There's still time. That's me. I am walking out every
Hi,
time.
everybody. It's me, Austin.
Austin's in a plane
Okay,
crash.
no.
He's just going to jump out of the plane before it actually hits the
Great
ground.
example. The Ray Allen 3-point shot in Game 6, or whatever.
Yeah.
Turn it off. went to
Rebound
bed.
Bosch
Nope.
out of the corner for
Never saw it.
Bang!
I watched
Like the most famous
Yep.
play of the last decade and a half.
and I'll tell you what happened. Headbandless LeBron balding
Yeah.
threw up a 3, went off the back iron. I turned off the TV, went to bed.
that was the same play.
I quite
He made it
literally-
4 seconds later.
I know. But I was like, well, if he doesn't make this shot, I'm going to bed. And I turned it off. The next morning, you will not believe that when I turned on Sports Center at 9 a.m., that the San Antonio Spurs were not celebrating a championship.
Oh my!
I had
God.
to. It was ridiculous.
was-
Wait, are you a Heat fan?
No,
Oh.
I was just watching sports. What, boys can't watch sports, Josh?
They can.
If
but
you would have stayed 4 seconds,
you would have
you
seen
would
like
have seen the best NBA play, maybe in
it
finals
was,
history.
It was very tough. It was
Yeah.
very tough. Yeah.
What
It's happened
on
before.
Earth.
I left like halfway through the 4th quarter of Super Bowl 50 because the Panthers were just getting trounced.
Well, to be fair, that was
That
a
one
good
ended
show.
fine.
Did you turn off the 28-3 game?
Yes, I started playing Madden 16.
I left the 2011 Ohio State game. Bo Pelini yelled at me.
brutal.
He said,
He
"Bleep
yelled
the
at you?
fans."
Oh,
Well, he said,
okay.
"Bleep the fans."
Yeah,
and
I was at that.
secretly
I
recorded
stayed
audio
until the
tape.
very end of that game, and I was like,
I went to Qdoba
What'd you get?
with the boys. It's a Qdoba with the boys.
Hell yeah, you did.
That time I got home, I was like, "Holy crap, we won! What
Wow.
happened?"
This is unreal. Why did you ask this question, Nick?
Because we were talking about the
Halves?
quarters and halves, and it made me think about that. Because
I would actually love to have halves in football just for like 1 week. Just like all week 0 games
30-minute
are
halves.
Oh, could you imagine?
That'd be funny.
People would lose their
Think
minds.
of the TV timeouts, though. They would be disasters.
Oh my gosh,
There would be 8 TV timeouts consecutively.
there would be a lot of TV timeouts.
It'd be more realistic though that like when your girlfriend's like, "Oh, how much time is left in this game?" You're like 28 minutes in the second half.
That would translate. That would translate to like 3 hours. Because in football games, wife comes by and she's like, "How much time's left in this game?" He's like, "Just at the 2-minute warning."
Mhm.
That's a half hour.
Yep.
That's,
You're not wrong.
It's
Yeah,
like a half hour.
yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, 26 minutes would be a long time.
They should do it for the Ireland series. Kansas State, Iowa State this year in Ireland. Only
Farmageddon.
halves. Only halves.
Cool. Good idea.
I think the
for it.
NFL was the first example of boy math. 2
Why?
minutes equaling half an hour.
No, actually, football in general is boy math because like touchdowns being 6 points, an extra point like 1. Oh, here's a 2-point conversion. How about we kick a ball through uprights? 3.
Well, what
None of
about
those make sense.
tennis? What about tennis?
Yeah, tennis.
15, 30, 40?
40.
Listen, tennis is Europe math. We don't.
Oh, it's the metric system.
Yeah, we do the standard system over here. All
Yeah,
right.
I guess
Yeah,
that's
I
true.
wonder why
We
they
would-
decided to go in increments of 15.
But
It's
then it
so
goes
weird.
to 4. It goes from
Yeah.
30 to 40.
If tennis was invented in America, it would have
What?
been by 1.
Should have just
win
been
by
1,
2.
2, 3.
I thought boy math was about how you don't have the money to buy stuff, but you rationalize it to yourself. Like
That's
I
also
don't-
girl dinner, but that's opposite. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, girl dinner
Is
is
that
just
girl
like
math too?
Yes,
crackers
that is
and
too.
a cheese
Oh.
stick, isn't it?
Girl dinner could be pretty much any combination of 2 foods that don't have
I
protein.
thought it was a chicken Caesar salad and a French fry. I thought that was
no,
girl dinner.
girl dinner would be like French fries and a Diet Coke. Like
Oh.
that's girl
Okay,
dinner.
that's girl
yeah,
dinner.
yeah. It's basically entreeless with no protein.
Bummer.
girl
That's sad dinner is what I would
Okay.
call that.
I used to have boy lunch sometimes where it was sunflower seeds and Red Bull.
That is boy.
That's
a huge
actually just
bummer.
a construction worker, but yes.
You call that baseball lunch. It's like a baseball player.
So you get ready to eat boy lunch in the College World Series.
I can't drink Red Bull anymore.
I'm going to say it. Happy New Year.
I think
Happy
so.
New Year.
Happy New Year.
I think we did a lot.
Thank you, Austin, for participating in our Happy New Year.
This is my second Happy New
Third.
Year. Third
Happy New
I have
Year.
another one?
He's hot right now.
The hit rate is on
You
fire.
don't want to see me around the New Year. I'll tell you that right now.
One of them is for sure the Mall of America. logo.
Yes, 100%.
I'll see you tomorrow, and then I'll see you at some point with a tiny microphone.
I can't wait.
Exciting.
We'll see.
Bye, Happer.
Bye, Hap.
That was a crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Grum starts next on 1620 The Zone.
Your Omaha.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Austin is in
no.
the building. Wow,
Yes.
we're like barely starting, and I'm already screwing things up.
No, that's okay.
He even turned on his own mic.
I know.
I
Thank
tried.
you.
Only up from here.
How are you today?
I'm good. I feel good. A little scratch in the throat. We're good.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Has anything good ever come from after somebody said a little scratch in the throat, but we're good?
No. We're
I think
good.
that's how COVID got started.
Yeah, Austin.
No,
what
it got
the
started
hell?
with a bat. Josh, come on now.
That's true. Or was it a lab?
That
There's
is
some
true.
leakage.
1620
George
investigates.
Soros.
We
Yeah.
investigate.
Oh, that's actually what the show is today.
That is true. We'll just
That's what the show
deep
is
diving
today.
in.
Yeah.
No, I did the I had my Iron Man on Sunday, so I finished that.
How was that? I meant to ask you about it in the crossover, and then we
So-
started talking about boy math.
Yes. So it was infuriating at the beginning
Mm.
because I got passed by elderly people on the bike.
Mm-hmm.
Biking is for the old and wise, is what it is.
Really?
But Josh, I was actually going to pitch to you. I think you should run one of these.
Oh, God.
Because
Participate in one of these because it's not just running, it's swimming
Exactly.
and biking.
But here's the reason why I
Can
think
you
you
swim?
should do it, because
Yes.
none of the people who train for this, like casually,
Yeah.
none of them train in the run. So
They do all the other
I
stuff.
was passing people left and right on the run. It was fantastic.
Really?
Yeah. And I again, you are clearly a different level of runner than I am. My average mile pace was like 8:38, and
Mhm.
I was passing people in droves. Like
Really?
it was crazy. But all these people like blew by me on the bike, and when I was like done and like standing at the corral, like get a photo or the medal or whatever, at the very end, people were like, "Oh yeah, I felt really good about my mile like on the run because I averaged like 9:30, 9:45." Oh wow, like I don't. It's not for me. So yeah.
Interesting. Because I just always have figured that it would be really, really hard because I don't ever swim and I don't ever ride a bike. And
Yeah.
so my arms would be exhausted and my whole body. I feel like swimming, your just whole body is exhausted. But
Yeah.
then after biking, because you did the half, right? So that's 50.
70.3 or 56 miles on the bike.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a lot of riding.
3.5 hours.
A lot of miles.
A lot of miles.
Where
Lot of
was
miles.
where was this at?
It was in Des Moines. So
Oh,
it was just
yeah.
the bike like took us out south and stuff like that. So we were just like out in some Iowa country roads riding around.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I realized
We weren't bar hopping though, not with the boys.
not
You got to
yet.
bar hop with the boys in
Nope.
Des Moines.
Not yet, at least.
Not yet.
We
Go to up,
continued.
down.
We continued some of that conversation during the break.
Yes.
Yeah.
About what's going on.
We
So
did.
I look forward to seeing what happens. I just realized, Nick, that I did not do the damn Grum
You didn't
down.
do the
Oh,
Indigo
no!
Grum down?
No,
Do
but
you want me to buy you more time?
just give me like 30 more seconds. It's
Okay.
almost done now.
All right.
Hmm.
Nick, what other slang and lingo can we throw into this show? Because we've already done RIP. We got back onto emulators. We did all that sort of young and hip talking.
Yeah, no, that's true.
See, I want to bring back lit. Like lit was really into my repertoire.
Oh wait,
Paige still
did I just do
uses-
Sum 41 or was that lit?
that was some 41.
okay. My bad.
Paige still does lit. She'll throw in a litty once in a while,
Ooh.
and every time she does that, I get like thrown back to 2010.
Speaking of which, during state soccer last week of May, I was bringing back the whip. So I was just bang,
Like
hitting
ghost
it.
riding it?
Were you
No.
were you
Oh.
nay-naying too, or just
I did.
whipping?
Listen. I can't nay nay. I know my strengths, and nay naying is
Which
not my strength.
which way is the whip?
Ooh, what do you mean?
Like how is the dance?
Oh, it doesn't matter which way you do it, and there's
just gotta
multiple
whip.
variations. So
Oh. See, I don't
it's
think I ever
usually
did
a
that.
step and crossover.
I know how to
bang.
do that. What's
That is-
pancake?
I don't know what.
I don't
that
know
is.
what.
You guys don't
What
know
are you
about
doing,
the,
Grandpa?
You don't know
Hey,
about the pancake?
What'd you learn that?
You look like a prospector.
What is that?
I
Yeah.
found some gold in the
That's
hills.
You
pancake.
guys are
I've
so.
never heard of that.
This is despicable. By
You
the way,
didn't dance like that at your wedding, did you? You didn't run the pancake.
thankfully, no.
You ever
Okay,
hear the
good.
brought to you by the Rooferys at John Higgins Weather Guard. Austin is here. Now, if there are any misspellings, it's because I was typing and talking at the same time.
That's true. Yeah.
Boy math, folks. So you can tell that I literally just did that in the last 2 seconds. Let's see. Mike Farron's going to join us any minute now. Baseball catches and the College World Series.
Baseball.
People are freaking out about this catch. Nick is freaking out about this catch. He made it today's graphic. See?
Whoa.
There it is. Look at that catch.
The catch.
Good he didn't fall over the wall. The College World Series field has now arrived. Nick is super pumped about it, I'm guessing, because Murray State is here.
Yep.
Oh, so you're big on the Murray?
I'm big on weird schools getting to the College World Series.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Duke not weird enough for you?
No.
Okay.
Interesting.
Too blue collar for me.
Too blue collar. That's what they said about themselves.
Because, Duke is known as it's a blue collar school.
Definitely.
Correct.
Michael Bruntz, does the settlement mean anything good for Nebraska, that is?
We'll find out.
By the way, Aaron Rodgers is speaking, and I just saw a tweet. He said he's married now, so congratulations to Aaron Rodgers.
Did he get married in a cave?
Probably.
Yeah,
it was really dark. Let's see. We're going to try this again. Yogurt speaks on football. We had this on the list yesterday, just never got around to it.
Is this our new Caitlin Clark thing?
No, we're going to get to it.
We're going to get
to it today. We're going to get to it today.
We have thoughts.
I have many. I have literally a whole page of my prep today is just that.
Oh, wow.
Look at all those
You
words.
plan on reading those thoughts?
Not all of them, because then I would just...
It'd be a soliloquy.
I might get in trouble because then I would just be reading the whole article, which is paywalled. So, Amy, I will not do that. I'll just read some of it.
Right.
A slice of college baseball.
Another slice, please.
Nick apparently has made graphics for today's slice.
I did actual math, not boy math.
Interesting. Well, you're not very good at math, so hopefully it works out for you.
Well,
Nick.
Excel helped.
Okay, good.
Shout out Excel.
Steve Sipple will join us.
Okay.
I wrote he's going to grunt.
Excited about that.
Again, I just couldn't think of anything. I was trying to get this thing done as fast as possible. And the super hot take market.
My mortal enemy.
You hate hot takes. Because every week you're like, water sustains. Yep.
Maybe I've already done my hot take that I want. I want my halves. That's what I want.
You should have see, that's the thing. Every time you're here, you do a good one in the crossover. You waste the good one.
Listen, maybe my strength is crossovers, and my biggest weakness is the super hot take market.
I would say you're very good at crossover.
I enjoy a good crossover. It's fun.
Oh, you know what, Nick?
It's fun.
I like it. I like it. It's fun. We should do a radio host like Madden style ranking.
I like that. That's
crossover hot take market. Because I would say this, John also low on the hot take market.
That's true.
Because he just ends up saying like opinions everybody has. The future of college sports are probably bad. And we're like, yes, John, we agree with you.
That's why it's the hot opinion, not the hot opinion market. It's the hot
take market.
There's a difference between an opinion and a take.
That is true. See, I'm too Happer show induced. I'm always thinking of I have an opinion. That's where I get,
And by the way, next week, starting Friday, I will be the guest host on the Connor Happer Show at the College World Series.
Huge.
And so I get to participate in I Have an Opinion.
Oh, fun.
I cannot wait for
you
it.
and Matt.
Yep, Matt and I and Josh Hotson.
I can't wait to hear young Matt's opinions.
Young Matt.
Oh boy, we should all be
young
ready.
Matt at the Matt?
That
could be a thing.
We will be a little north of the Matt. That is true. It's right down the street. So all of those things and more. 402-951-1620 is the phone number. We would love it if you called us. You can call us. We love talking to people on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Or text us. I'd rather you text. It's a lot more fun. Like this one from the 402. Happy New Year. Bingo.
I can't.
I just do it for him.
Yeah. 402-951-1620.
I wish that was my ringtone.
That was John's ringtone.
You can make it. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Get
yes,
an Android. Get an Android. You can make it your ringtone.
I don't want to get an Android.
Thank you, Austin.
Yes,
God,
I like my friends.
Gen Z still. You're a great person.
See?
Austin.
How's that new update with the weird drop-down menu being just clear?
Hey, Nick, how's it like being behind by 20 years to the iPhone?
Nice. Got him, Nick.
Android had many things before the iPhone did.
No, here
like
we
a working
Are you going to
camera?
start telling us, but USB-C? I have a USB-C, Nick. I don't care about your USB-C.
You have it now. We had it way first.
I'm not going to get mad about something that I didn't or didn't have or did or didn't have in 2016.
You should be mad about it, though.
Nick, the only reason that you have a phone on iPhone is because you just want to say you don't have an iPhone. You want to be different. That's all that you want to be.
No,
you don't care about the technology differences.
See, that's what I say. Everyone who is always like, but the technology is better. But no, you are not using this better technology that exists on a phone.
A girl I talked to in high school had like the Google Play phone, and she was like, I just like it because its interface is better. But she also spelled Gunna, G-A-N-N-A, and so I didn't trust her.
Ganna.
Her opinion was incorrect from the beginning.
Great take.
Yep.
I do like the technology of my phone,
Yeah,
and I
sure
do
you
use
do.
it.
Sure to
I'm
take
sure it's
you a
great.
while to get to that take. That's
I'm sure.
interesting.
See, Jimmy, I can watch pirated stuff on my Android, can't on my wife's iPhone. First of all, don't do pirated stuff, Jimmy. That's
Yeah.
illegal. Second
It's
of
on
all,
Disney Plus. What are
who
you talking
cares?
about?
Like, okay, I could watch it on my computer. I don't need.
Yeah.
Why would I want to? You want to talk about something that I don't understand with the younger generation? Just sitting and watching a whole movie on your phone.
I don't get that. Yeah.
Like, I have a 70-inch.
Yeah.
I want to watch it on my TV.
I can understand computer. I can go computer. I can never do phone. But I'll say that, but then I'm also like, I am an iPad kid, so I'll put the phone up and like watch a YouTube video on me.
I'll
enjoy that.
watch a YouTube video on my phone when I'm eating, but
Well, yeah, sure. I'm talking about a whole movie.
Yeah, no, if I'm not near a TV, then yes, I guess. But if I'm near a TV,
Jimmy, do you not travel, Josh? LMAO. Honestly, I usually am reading articles or watching a movie on my computer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now I don't know if this
Got
is
me,
like
Jimmy.
Yeah, the the iPhone Android thing.
LMAO.
Here, I'll give you this one, Nick. Here's one you can put in the chamber and you can use for later.
Okay.
The Android phone users are kind of like the marathon runners of the world, where it's like, oh, why do you do marathons? Why do you do CrossFit? So I can tell people about it. The reason I have an Android phone is so I can tell people about it.
This. Yes, I am. Me and you are the same.
Yeah.
You have an Android, so you can tell people you have an Android.
Yeah. Just like earlier, I brought up unprovoked that I did an Iron Man.
Dude,
like
that's
that's quite literally the Android ability of it. That's it. Look.
I want to turn my hat around for no reason.
that hat hasn't come off in months.
Particular, yeah, pretty much wear it all the time. Let's see. So that's the phone number that you can hit us up at 402-951-1620.
Not you Android users. Don't text in.
Tell Nick to stop playing that stupid Android sound. You mean this one? That was
Every single time an Android texts in, a puff of black smoke goes over the building. White smoke is the only one that we accept.
Jimmy is very triggered by this, so I'm just going to move on.
All right, sorry, Jimmy.
Let's see. Equitable Bank inbox. You can email us, Josh at 1620thezone.com or Nick at 1620thezone.com. That's the Equitable Bank.
Oh, you like that one too?
No, I'm unprepared for the amount of noises that come out of this computer.
And finally, the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed. Katie says, Tiny Baby Host will for sure drop an opinion like showering once a week is good. Are you going to say that, Austin?
What just happened?
Showering once a week is good? I feel like your opinions have been pretty good today so far.
And where did the shower do I look like I'm gross?
No.
Is that where that came from?
You look like you shower a lot.
Oh, thanks. I did.
You look like you shower like too much.
Well, yeah, that was an issue in my younger days.
Really?
I was told I would go bald if I showered too much, and I was showering probably 3 or 4 times a day.
Holy crap!
I hate sweat. I can't stand it. So anytime like I'd step outdoors, it'd be like time to clean off.
Well, we're about to come upon shower season for your boy. I'll be showering twice a day during the College World Series.
Yeah.
Speaking of,
do be sweaty outside.
Mike Farron going to join us next. Let's talk some baseball with Mike, who is, you know what he is?
What?
iPhone user.
Whoa, that must be nice.
Yeah. Next on 1620 The Zone.
circus is on the air.
Mike Farron, Sirius XM MLB Network Radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, now singing the Mike Farron Open, it's Mike Stibbs.
Just make sure it sounds sexy, Stibbs.
Lord Almighty, how can you stand Arizona? Your fair skin must be burning down into your absent soul. Mike, 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 we can barely hear you. It sounds to me like you called us from inside a hole. But your phone calls lift me higher, like the ERA of Mark Pryor. Your hair looks like it's on fire. You're Mike Farron. You're just a hunk of burning love. You're just a hunk of burning love.
Mike Farron joins us live from Arizona, just a few days away from the start of the Men's College World Series.
You could sound more excited about that, please.
I'm super pumped, Mike. I can't
try it again.
Mike Farron's here, everybody. Look,
no, not that part. The part about the Men's College World Series.
Oh, I'm excited for that. I get to talk to Matt McMaster from the morning show for more than 5 minutes at a time. Like
Is Matt excited about that?
Well, probably not.
Yeah.
Who is excited to be with me on a daily basis? Hello, Mike. How are you?
I'm great. As you can see from if you're watching online, I don't know that I can update this all the time, but I'm now
every minute
under 24 hours until I leave for Omaha. So
you screwed yourself there just putting on the exact time and hours and minutes.
At some point I'll give up.
Whoa, look at that.
Let's see how often he ticks it down. Are you done packed? Are you done packing?
I'm too busy doing John's prep for him.
Yeah, understandably so, because he's typing with one arm at a time right now.
Even if he weren't, it wouldn't matter. He types with one finger at a time anyway.
Yeah, I guess that's
true. Hunt and peck bishop.
Yeah, that's what we've been calling him. That's what we've been calling him. Mike will, of course, be on the call for a variety of games. I don't know the exact games, Mike. I probably could have opened up the schedule, but I forgot.
Right. You're not on it, so it's fine.
Are you doing the Friday games? Are you going to be involved on Friday?
Sunday night, Monday night, and then both games Tuesday, both games Wednesday, and if any are necessary on Thursday, I'll do those with John. So.
Badass. All right. So that starts this weekend. And for Mike, it starts on Sunday night. Mike, I will admit to being very reactionary to last year's field and saying this is the end. This is the beginning of only South teams forever and only ACC and SEC teams. We had 2 leagues.
I kind of forgot about that. That was a big one last year. Yeah.
So last year 2 leagues, this year 7 leagues, and instead of only the South, it still is pretty much the South, but it's spread west a little bit at least. So like. Obviously we're wrong in last year being the beginning of it only being that way, but I do wonder what you think of this field versus that field from that perspective of kind of the doom and gloom that's associated with college sports so much right now.
I mean, I think it's a variation on what I tell you from most of the baseball season. It's too early to tell, right? It's like baseball, you just can't over-index based on what you see on one season. You just can't. Mm-hmm. And so, listen, I know it's been 6 years since we've had a team other than the SEC play in the finals. We're going to get that this year. That's great. In the case of like Murray State, which is a tremendous story, right? They have a lot of players that have come from Power 4 schools that have transferred there. So they're taking advantage of the transfer portal in the part that we don't talk about, which is the players who weren't getting the opportunities, who are talented at big schools, are going to smaller schools to be able to get chances. It's 2 of the last 3 years that we've had a 4 seed in Omaha. Remember, Oral Roberts was there 2 years ago, and that's half of the 4 seeds that we've had since 1999. I don't know. I think that there's something that I don't think that there is as much doom and gloom as we thought there was a year ago, or the people thought there was a year ago. I just don't think you can over-index on one season ever.
So kind of on that same note, when you look at the field as it's laid out, with kind of everything you just said, no SEC, like all SEC final for this time, it probably doesn't feel like there's a true like bracket busting team, for lack of a better term, right? I mean, it feels like everyone kind of has a path to get forward and move forward, at least to the next round. Yeah,
I mean, I think that's true. And I think Listen, I think, whether it's in the preliminary rounds and the regionals or the super regionals are now in Omaha. I mean, I think we've got 8 teams that have a chance. I think it's clear that Arkansas is the favorite, right? I mean, I think they're the favorite, but if they lost to LSU, would that be a huge surprise? Does that make LSU the favorite then? I don't know. I mean, I think Oregon State's pretty good. I think Coastal Carolina is really good. The more you dive into Coastal, there's a reason they've won 23 straight games. So, I think this season, we've talked about it a little bit. It's been a pretty balanced year around the country. We have had a tough time trying to find that super team, and it's because one doesn't exist. And my fear with that is always that, again, we over-index, right? Well, then there's going to be parity. We don't know that. And just because we think that, maybe this is a year that, say, Coastal wins again, or that Oregon State as an independent wins, or whatever it is. And Oregon State really plays like a Power 4 team, or that UCLA gets that elusive title for the Big Ten, whatever it is, we think that's going to be the case, or we might think about it, but it could go chalk. Like, we just don't know how it's going to play off. And I think a large part of it is the beauty of baseball in that, you're not just competing against your opponent, you're competing against the game itself too. Baseball's really a 3-way competition because you can do everything perfectly and still fail, and or still have a bad result. And there aren't a whole lot of sports that are like that. If you have the perfect swing in golf, things are going to go well. If you have the perfect shot in tennis, things are going to go well. If you make the perfect pass in football, things are going to go well. If you hit a ball on the screws as hard as you possibly can, there's a good chance it gets caught. There's still that same chance. And you just don't have that in the other sports. And so, we view this as competition between 2 teams, but you're also fighting the game. And I think that's part of what lends itself to unusual results and the favorites not winning as often as I think is prescribed to them by the coverage.
Mike Farron, SiriusXM, and he'll be a part of the 1620 The Zone and Westwood One coverage of the Men's College World Series. He'll be on the call starting on Sunday night. You mentioned it, Mike, a moment ago. Arkansas is the betting favorite, and I know that we don't know what will happen, but are you viewing them as your favorite to win in this field, given the season that they were able to put together and the potential matchups that they have along the way?
Yeah, but I think it's a pretty slim favorite. Again, I mean, LSU is really good, and they're going to play them right away. And so, does Arkansas have the depth to be able to come through the losers bracket? Yeah, potentially. I really think that, listen, I think it's pretty up for grabs. I really do think that there are a lot of teams that have a very good case. UCLA, I think, is a team that people didn't watch because it's just tougher to get Big Ten games on TV because they just don't do a great job of scheduling in the same way that ACC and SEC Network do. And even some of the Big 12. The Big 12 stuff being on ESPN Plus and Big 10 being on Big 10 Plus, which is $1 bazillion and not everybody pays to access, impacts how much you're going to be able to see those teams. And so I don't think that there are fans that are quite as familiar with how good UCLA is. They have the best position player in this tournament in Rock Chalowski. Like, he is unbelievable. So, yeah, I think they can win. I think Murray State has proven that they're going to – Duke's a good team. They went to Coombs and beat Duke. They held on to beat a really good Ole Miss team, in part because the offense is really good for Murray State. And it's not a one that's relying on the home run, which should play well at the Chuck box. So, I think there's a lot. Yeah, Arkansas is the favorite, but I can see a lot of different paths for the 4 teams that are on that side of the bracket. And on the other side, I think it's as up for grabs as any. Arizona doing what they did after getting boat raced in game 1 against North Carolina was incredible. That was really, really impressive. And they can really pitch. And Coastal, as we've already talked about, they've won 23 straight games coming into this, right? And they have the top pitching staff in the country, and they have a really dynamic offense. So I just don't Arkansas might be the favorite, and they may end up winning it all. And that would be a great story too, because that would be the elusive national title for Dave Van Horn, who was so close, especially in 18.
Oh my gosh.
Where you're a drop pop-up away from winning the national title in 2 games. But just because they're the favorite, I don't think that you can say you want to put all of your chips on the table for them.
So, Mike, maybe I just want to make sure I'm hearing you right when you say this. So do you consider this field to not be maybe able to blow the doors open? We're not going to see as many high scores or just smashes out of the ballpark, that sort of stuff? Do you see this to be maybe closer just in general across the field?
Well, I think that, just like from an offensive standpoint, I think this ballpark, like, it plays better generally when it's cooler. So the wind, like the air temperature is going to tell us a lot. If it's hot, my guess is that you're not going to end up with a whole lot of double-digit runs being scored because the wind's going to come off the river, and it really is a great pitcher's ballpark. So yeah, I think some of it depends on the weather. I think there are some really good pitching teams, but I also don't think we've seen quite as explosive of offenses as we saw the previous couple of years. So yeah, I think it'll be a little bit more balanced. That doesn't mean that we won't see some big offensive performances, or but I don't think that it's going to be necessarily that we're going to see a lot of 1-0 games, or it's going to be like when UCLA won in, what was it, 2013, when the outfielders were basically playing on the infield because the balls and the bats were so dead. But I think you're going to see a fair amount of 6-5 games or 5-4 games, and it is very difficult to come back in that ballpark because the threat of the 3-run homer is it's surprising, right? But I think back to like 2014, I think was a year. Was it 2014 or 2015? Florida had a really talented team that ended up losing to Virginia. I think it was 2015. And they hit a bunch of home runs because the weather was cooler. If we get that, and I looked at like early in the week, it looks like it's going to be, or at least this weekend, it's going to be a little bit cooler. I wouldn't be surprised if you see some more offense in those days.
Mike Farron joining us as we preview the Men's College World Series. Murray State obviously getting a lot of love as they're every column and every mention is saying this is the team that Omaha's going to root for, and I think rightfully so. And then you have the Dave Van Horn stuff, which I think people are going to be rooting for Arkansas as well. But what like team or story do you think, Mike, is going to capture the imagination of people around here as we get to learn about these teams and players and coaches over the next couple of weeks?
Yeah, I think there's a couple. I think one with Murray State is Dom Decker's story. I think you'll hear it throughout. His mom, Stephanie, lost her legs saving her kids in a tornado in southern Indiana in 2013 or 2014, I believe. And, Dom was the small child, and actually he grew up playing with Tucker Biven of Louisville. I think that's going to be a story that you hear that's going to resonate with a lot of people. Certainly all those of us from the Midwest understand the impact that can be felt by summer storms. And so I think there's something to that. Plus there's just a really, human element to that. So I think that's one. And I think that adds to, Murray State, the emotional connection to the underdog. The 4 seeds are always pretty well represented with fans because everybody loves the underdog, right? Everybody was excited about Oral Roberts coming back to beat TCU. Everybody was excited about Stony Brook. Kent State was a 3 seed when they got there, but everybody was excited about Kent State in 2012 too, right? Mm-hmm. So I think there's a connection there. I think obviously the DVH story is one that has a lot of local connection to it. I think Arizona and Coastal opening against each other is super interesting, right? You have 2 coaches on that side of the bracket that won national championships as players. Mitch Canham at Oregon State won. Chip Hale won in 1986 at his alma mater, and there were only 2 guys that have done that so far, right? Mick Gillespie, Skip Gillespie, was a champion as a player and then as a coach, and then Chip's head coach Jerry Kindle won a national championship at Minnesota as a player before winning multiple national titles as a head coach at U of A. So I think those are stories that are going to connect with people. So and you've got like Kate Anderson is making a run to be the top overall pick in the draft, the LSU starter. And if he ends up making 2 Skeens-esque start here, so really, Skeens' starts were great, but really, if you want to be a hipster, it's like, actually Ty Floyd kind of outpitched him in that LSU rotation. Like, there's that chance that you see that too. So I think there are a number of stories that local fans are going to get excited about. And listen, you've got Coastal, who has won a national championship in the last decade, but is a mid-major. And you've got, Murray State, and, everybody in Omaha loves an underdog. So you've got those, and then the favorite has DVH. So there's a lot to love about it.
Yeah. Mike, there's, obviously the advantage of the LSU and Arkansas being able to come back. They're so regular returners to Omaha. They're so comfortable. They know where they're going to go. They know all the spots they're going to go to. Is there any advantage on the opposite side where a team like Coastal, who has had a title, or a team like Murray State that we obviously just saw get in last night, has where it's not just that they made their goal of getting the College World Series, but that they can just kind of ride this thing out. And they don't really have expectations, where a team like Arkansas and LSU in that very first game, if it doesn't go their way, it's kind of feels like, oh, well, the season's really in danger now.
Yeah, I mean, I think it just depends on the makeup of the players on the team, and we've seen it plenty of times. Remember, LSU came through the losers bracket to win in 23. I mean, that was a team that had a lot of pressure on them, right? Now Wake was the number one team in the country, right, going into it, but that LSU team had huge expectations coming into the year and was number one for most of the season, and they came through the losers bracket. So I think some of that has to do with the makeup of the team. I wouldn't just say that, let's say Arkansas goes 2-Q, but those losses are to LSU obviously would be one of them, and the other one is to UCLA, and Rock Chalowski goes off. Like, is that they choked, or is that they ran into a really good team that the matchup wasn't great for them in the first game, and then they ran into the best player in the tournament, right? Like, those are all possible paths. So I don't think you can look at it necessarily just like that, or say that the pressure is off. I think the Murray State story is one that's super fun. Their key pitchers have thrown a lot of pitches right here to this point. So how effective are they, I think, is a real story. And whether the pressure is on them or not, the fact is that every time you go deeper into the tournament, the more you ratchet up against, better competition. And while they beat Ole Miss, to win that regional, there are 3 national seeds that are on their side of the bracket. So 3 of the best 15 teams in the country, in the eyes of the committee, are the teams that Murray State has to go to. And I don't care how good your Cinderella story is. At some point, you have to, like, if you can keep beating those teams, then you're not Cinderella anymore. But it makes it really challenging when that's a path you have to go through.
Mike Farron, Sirius XM MLB Radio. He'll be on 1620 The Zone of Westwood One's coverage of the Men's College World Series starting on Sunday. Mike, we got an email from our old friend in radio, Gary Java, that was titled, "When Mike Farron Speaks, I Listen." Farron validates us baby boomers, never stopping our love of baseball. Talk show segments, play-by-play, college, Major League Baseball. So shout out to you, Mike.
Well, thanks. And let me just finish that, Gary, by saying, okay, boomer.
Mike, I enjoyed the call on your series finished on Sunday, right? Was it Sunday? I swear to God, I had it on TV. I was like, there's my friend Mike Farron. Well, that's Mike Farron. I don't know if he would want me to refer to him as a friend, but I heard
you always can refer to me as a friend. I just made that
what a guy. Can't wait to see you, Mike. I'll see you in a few days.
All right, guys. I'll be in tomorrow night. We'll see you soon.
Safe travels, Mike. Bye-bye.
Baseball.
Baseball, indeed. That is Mike Farron as he gets ready for the Men's College World Series. He'll be dealing with Sweaty Nick starting in just a few days.
Nick, why do you sweat so much?
Because it's 1 billion degrees. What are you talking about, Austin?
I've always been kind of a sweaty guy. Like, middle school dances were hell for me because, like, there were times where
tough.
you just be in the gym and it'd be like, I have to go to the bathroom and wipe my face off.
Yeah, when Lips of an Angel came on, you just got sweaty.
Yeah.
Honey, why you calling me?
It's like
so late.
Hey, it's like Boys Weekend. It's like what we listen to.
Is that what you listen to at Boys Weekend in Ames?
Yeah, sometimes. It's more mom rock than dad rock, but still.
Do you change the playlist when you go to Georgia?
He's not
going.
going
I'm going to go to
Remember,
Georgia.
He's not
that's
allowed
right. You're not
to.
going to Georgia.
That's sad.
Jeez, I'm sorry.
What if people Venmo'd you Georgia money?
Whoa, that'd
How
be
much
huge.
Georgia money?
How
do
many
you
peaches will it take to get there?
Nice.
There you go. Yeah. Can you pay the airplane in peaches?
Sir, what are you doing? I'm going to Georgia. I thought you wanted this.
Here are the peaches.
Nick, start an OnlyFans. You can get there.
Oh, there you go, Nick.
Oh,
That's a great
okay,
idea.
yeah.
That'll work.
All right.
Only Nicks?
Coming up, we have Michael Bruntz joining us at the bottom of the hour. Nick is promising a slice of college baseball for the ages today.
Yes.
We have Austin's mortal enemy, the super hot take market, and so much more. We'll talk a little bit more about the College World Series field when we return. Also, Deion Sanders not doing very well, apparently.
Coach Prime?
Coach Prime indeed, Nick. Coach Prime indeed. All that and more with Austin Jacobson here on 1620 The Zone. Josh Peterson and Austin Jacobson with you today.
Yep. I really like that off-air conversation. Should we just continue it?
Yeah,
Yes,
definitely.
absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
I love
Why not?
doing those things.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I can't believe that Nick said that word, first
That-
of all.
that
But if
was
he wants to
crazy.
say it on the
I mean,
radio,
yeah.
Nick, feel free.
He laid it out. He was like, during boys weekend. And I was like, whoa.
And we're going to listen to Kanye.
He's yay now.
What?
Yeah.
Didn't
I love not paying attention to anything that's not sports.
I thought it was interesting, Nick, that you and all of your friends only listen on Tidal during boys weekends. That was interesting.
You are a title boy.
I am a title boy.
Tidal boy.
I
Oh
do
wait,
use-
that's because that's the Kanye app,
Yep.
isn't it?
It goes
No.
right, it goes right to Kanye. It supports him. Mhm.
It was a Jay-Z thing. Somebody else owns it now.
Well, who do you
Probably
think?
Kanye.
I think Jack Dorsey might.
Don't you think Jay-Z
Ken?
and Kanye, they were friends?
Mhm.
They had that one song about Paris that one time, Nick.
They did.
I will not say the title of the song. Austin will be back tomorrow.
Yes.
We'll have Mike Schaefer on. We have a Thursday guest booked, right, Nick? We don't have anything else besides Schaefer and Dumb Debates tomorrow, right? For some reason I thought we had something else.
No.
We got our guy Kelly Ford coming on Thursday.
Whoa.
K Ford ratings, baby. And Michael will be in. So that conversation is going to be absolutely awesome. Nick, idea for you, not to step on the producer toes. That could be the breakout bid for Thursday.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I think so.
Huge.
I like Kelly Ford.
Hey, Josh.
Nick?
I had already thought about it.
Yeah, look
Whoa.
at this. Handshake meme.
Huge producer news.
Handshake meme. Now, I don't want to step on the slice toes either, Nick,
Mm.
but we do have to talk a little bit more about the College World Series. Now,
I thought you were about to read Asian Joe's tweet.
oh, what did Asian Joe say?
Asian Joe.
Josh, did you say Grimm had a slice of baseball for the ages or for the Asians? I
Well,
will not be talking about Rintaro Sasaki
knowing
today.
Nick, both things are on the table.
I do like Japanese baseball.
You could have just stopped it. I do like Japanese.
Ow.
You, Nick, is there a lie? There is no lies detected. So the field is set, Austin. We were really hitting on a lot of the same themes with Farron in our previous segment. So to go back to the first question that I asked him,
Mhm.
last year I really was in panic mode, and like I'm not going to say I'm totally wrong because there's still many more years to come. But I
Yeah.
will say this, and Happer has alluded to this on his show lately too. Baseball's weird. Baseball's a weird sport,
Yeah.
right? Where the Rockies, the worst team in baseball history, can beat a good team
Mhm.
because it's baseball. That's what happens. Meanwhile, in football, you're never really going to have the worst team in football beat the best team. That just doesn't happen.
The
very
disparity
often.
is much larger. Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so, like, things are going to happen. Now, last year, though, 2 conferences, all from one part of the country, and I think that because of when it happened, it wasn't just that we got the SEC and ACC at the same time. It was, the moment in time that we're living in right now.
But you also have to remember, too, like last year, to all your points, last year it was the heavy hitters on both sides.
That's true.
That was the other part because it
Yeah.
was like, oh, man, is college baseball going to be able to survive if like only these teams from this area of the
Correct.
country are going to be able to get in?
Correct. And while it's not like this year is loaded with northern teams, because it's not, it is
No.
still teams that
Well,
are in the southern.
UCLA is a Big Ten team, so
They are,
Midwest.
that's true.
It
That's
is a Midwest team.
Man, we got to love that Midwest grit of UCLA. If they win a natty.
Do you think we can start that?
And then they're like, another Big Ten team won a natty for the first time in whatever. I would love that. But it does. The wealth is spread, certainly conference-wise. There's
Right.
7 leagues. The only conference that got 2 teams in is the SEC. And one of those teams is going to be 0-1 after their first game this
Mhm.
weekend. So you have that. And then you have a bevy of other leagues, including 3 schools from the old Pac-12, which is just,
Interesting.
rip
As the kids say.
as you would say.
That is.
I think it's a certainly a really good balance because you have, LSU, right? Like I think if anybody was putting together their dream College World Series,
Mhm.
LSU, I think for the most part for people in Omaha, they're the team that everybody wants in town, right?
Yep.
And certainly the people who are trying to make money and sell things, they want LSU in town. So you got them. I think it's always good when you have Dave Van Horn, for as many years as he has left in coaching, you have that. And then you do want the stories. And
Yep.
and Murray State, I think, represents that,
I think Coastal Carolina in there too.
Coastal Carolina.
I think a lot of people like that,
as well.
especially since in a universe out there, there's a path for Coastal Carolina to win again, and then it turns into this. Well, don't let Coastal Carolina get to get to Omaha because they just win it every time.
Mhm.
And I like that part of it too. And I liked what Farron was saying about like where you can kind of sink your teeth into and storylines and whatnot, because that's what it comes down to. Like a week from now, we're going to be talking about like, oh, I didn't know about this guy or this
Correct.
team. They're going to have one game. Omaha's going to rally around them, and then they're going to, ride it out and see how far that goes.
And then you got some West Coast schools too
Yeah.
in the mix as well. So it's not just all Southeast. It's
Yeah.
still South, but it is at least you got a little bit of Southwest.
I'll
flavor
tell you
as
what,
well.
I'm very happy for whatever reason that Oregon State's in, and it's probably a little bit of like the college football in me that I'm like, good for you, Oregon State. Like, I'm glad that you're in there and you're going to be like punching up with the big guys. But they potentially could be a wagon.
Yeah,
like,
and that's the funniest part.
Yes,
because on one hand, they had all the road games that they had this year because they're an independent. They're playing a lot of midweek stuff. On the other hand, they've won 2 national titles, and I guess I know we've been talking about the southern part of the flavor that is this year's College World Series. They are in the northern hemisphere, northern part of the country. This is a hemisphere.
Yes,
I don't know.
They would be in the northern hemisphere.
That's called science,
correct,
folks. Yes, they are. I was right. I got
geography,
there.
but yeah,
I got
social
there.
Science.
I wasn't wrong. I was just early. So it does have that. I think I don't know if this is going to be as good as the one. What was it 2 years ago that had Nick's boys Skeens? Like that College World Series was a wagon, like top to bottom, with all the future pro players. I'm not going to, break down the talent like that. But in terms of storylines, I like this one, I think, going into it more than I liked last year's, even if we would admit the last year's was really, really good because it was a lot of really, really good teams.
Yeah, right.
Whereas this year, it seems like a bit of flavor all over the place.
And I know this really doesn't happen like that often that we get the local team, right? Like LSU and Arkansas, people would be like, oh, those are the Omaha teams. They still have to travel like 1,500 miles to get here, right?
Yes.
But there is something about, and I saw it obviously from like my coworkers at Hurrdat, that they were sharing the graphic of like how many miles each team has to travel and stuff. And I just think that's always a storyline in itself. Like, you got these kids and fans that are going to be flying in from Corvallis, Oregon, which is like kind of a rinky-dink town in itself.
It
honestly.
is.
Like,
it is.
And it's just going to be so interesting. And there's always the scene of like LSU Arkansas first pitch is going to be probably the shot of like the CWS fan wise. Like,
correct.
They're going to have this beautiful bleed of purple and red. It's going to look amazing. And you hope you get a beautiful sunset behind it too. Like, it's going to be immaculate.
Yeah.
It's everything that Omaha wants in one game right there.
Yeah. A buddy of mine texted me earlier today asking about what's my schedule look like. Thank you, Nick. What my schedule looks like over the next week and a half. And he was like, we might go to the game. My wife and I might go to the game on Saturday. And then he responded like a few minutes later. He's like, never mind. We just looked at the tickets and the get in price, which is bad seats, is $100. I mean, the tickets for this game are going for hundreds. Imagine having a media pass and access to watch that baseball game and then just driving home. Nick would never do such a thing. He'll be in the building for that. That'll be cool for you, Nick.
Yeah.
Okay, you don't sound as excited as I
Sorry, I was reading an email. It was an important email, so I didn't hear exactly what you
work
said.
email or an email into the show?
Work email.
Oh, dang. So
Was
you
it
can't say that one over the air?
No.
Oh, dang.
Was it about planning for this weekend's College World Series?
Yes, it is.
All right. Well, I was saying good things about baseball and how you'll probably enjoy the baseball.
Oh, I'm excited.
Yeah,
I've got my scorebook ready.
I think there is something too about this.
Legitimately scorebook.
And
I'm not surprised.
I did ask Mike about this like a little bit ago too, but I think this entire series, like, although Arkansas is like the favorite, I expect at least the bottom half of the bracket to kind of move its way up. It does feel like we're going to have like close baseball. And I don't know why I have that feeling. Like, I feel like we're going to have like good, like closer games coming through. It just doesn't feel like you have like one title contender that's like standing head and shoulders above everyone else and everyone's just waiting to see what they do. Yeah. So everyone's a little bit closer. And I don't know if that necessarily translates to closer games and better baseball, like in just competitive wise, but I like having that feeling moving forward because there's no worse sense of dread going into the final act of a sport for that season being like, well, who's going to beat if anyone's going to beat this team, who is it going to be?
Yeah.
Right. You like to have the open field for it.
For sure. Interesting. So that's what we got coming up this weekend. And we will have full coverage and special editions of the Connor Happer Show starting on Friday, live from the Omaha Baseball Village. All right. When we return, Michael Bruntz will join us. We can talk about some of this with him and some of the other stuff as well. Is he a fan of college basketball going to quarters? We will ask him those questions and more as we roll on. Austin in today for John. I'm Josh Peterson. Nick Grimm, kind of excited for college baseball.
Kind of.
I'm so excited.
Yeah, we can
I
tell.
spent all morning on the slice.
Yeah, awesome. It's on Sportsmanlike Conduct, 1620 The Zone.
Here's a story of a man named Brunsey who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Brunsey called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family. And now we get to talk to Michael Brunts. It's Michael Brunts. Michael Brunts. Now we get to talk to Michael Brunts.
Brunts joins us as he does each and every week at this time on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Brunts, we turned it to NFL Network earlier, and it was a highlight video about the 2015 Broncos. I'd just like to offer you again a congratulations on your Super Bowl win.
Hey, thanks. That feels like 5 decades ago.
Why are we doing this?
Now, this was not to make fun of the Panthers.
That
Austin.
is exactly what you did.
No,
I
no,
just talked about it in the crossover, and then you brought it up again.
This is more, Brunts. I started thinking, wow, that would be like a top 3 happiest moment of my life if my team won a Super Bowl. Like, where does that rank? You don't have to include your children or wedding day. Where does the Broncos' most recent Super Bowl rank as happiest moments of your life?
It's funny that I don't even know that particular Super Bowl is my favorite of them all.
God, I hate you so much.
Sorry to be a Super Bowl queen here, but
Unreal.
I think that's probably
third, right? Is the first one number 1 or is it number 2?
I would say 2015 is number 2. I think the best one was the first one that they won for John.
This one's for John
Bishop.
This one's for John, yeah. So that's how I rank them. I think is the first one, the 2015 one, and then the one over the Falcons. I was trying to remember who it was. Falcons.
Well, you've been to so many Super Bowls, you just forget who you play.
Yeah,
that must be so
hard.
nice.
I mean,
yeah.
Well, Brunts, I mean, I've been saying it for years. That Super Bowl could have been so much better, but the Vikings had to ruin everything for us because the Broncos-Vikings Super Bowl would have been like the greatest Super Bowl of my life.
Yes, it would have been, and I'm glad that it wasn't because that would have.
Ooh.
I still have some like PTSD from the 49ers loss. That was probably one of my first NFL memories as a kid. Was like the just absolute destruction at the hands of Jerry Rice and the Niners. John Taylor.
Yeah,
Josh keeps pointing at me like he wants me to bring up Panther content. That's what you want me to do. You want me to ask him about? What were you doing? Were you seated during the Von Miller section of the Panthers' loss in the Super Bowl? Is that what you wanted to bring up?
Pointing at you to say if you want to take it somewhere else, you can, but I'll take it somewhere else.
Yeah, please do. No, I need to get. I physically cannot ask Brunts another question right now until we move to a different topic.
All right, Brunts, I got a different topic for you. Michael Brunts, Husker 24/7 Sports, joins us right now.
Stick to Huskers.
Well, how about this for you then, Austin? So, Brunts, you look at. I'm going to go big picture for a moment before we narrow it in. You look at pretty much everything that has happened to Nebraska football, and I guess athletics, but I want to talk football for a moment. Since the advent of the Big 12 30 years ago, Prop 48 went away.
Whoa.
I know. I'm sorry. Prop 48 went away. More games on TV. They moved to the Big 10, and then like 100 other things, right? Like everything along the way, we would point out and say, man, it's like it's made it harder for Nebraska football to succeed to the level that they used to. I wonder how you view then the settlement in line with those as like do we look back again in another 10 years and say, God, the settlement was another thing that happened that was bad for Nebraska? Or is it something that we say, hey, that was something that actually was good for the program because it allowed them to maybe move money around that other programs wouldn't?
Yeah, I mean, as we sit here today, is it bad for Nebraska? Like,
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. I mean, I think it feels like an opportunity for Nebraska. I think they're in the right conference. I think they're better in a better footing financially, and I say that I guess before they start ripping the stadium down. They're at least it seemed like they're going to be hit less hard by the rev share than other schools are going to be. I think the leadership at Nebraska is proactive with some of this stuff. I think at least is in the room enough when some of these decisions are being made, so that's good. But I don't know. I mean, it doesn't feel on the surface as like detrimental as the other ones you mentioned, like the partial qualifiers going away. I mean, that was huge.
Yeah.
Certainly the TV. I mean, that's another big one. So I don't know. I mean, I guess when you kind of line up things that have kind of gone against Nebraska athletics that weren't self-inflicted, I feel like this one's okay. It feels like an opportunity, and I think Nebraska's at least got a puncher's chance to make it a positive for them. I mean, who knows what it's going to look like in 5 years? But I mean, right now, I didn't like read the settlement and go like, oh my god, like they're in trouble here. So yeah, I think net positive as we sit here today, because I think it's going to even the playing field a little bit more.
Bruns, you said something that kind of like piqued my interest, and I really don't want to make this like a Frost and Moose. And
God,
I don't want to make this like I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to make it a Frost and Moose against like Rule and Dannon type of thing. But when it comes to like this type of conversation, and you mentioned that it feels like it's like a win for Nebraska. It's an important case that's been settled and all that sort of stuff. It has to feel good if you're a Nebraska fan that the people in charge right now have been more vocal leading up to this moment, and it feels like their voices matter, because beforehand, when they were having these kind of monumental moments in college football or college athletics, that there were these, other hurdles that they were clearing, those questions would be asked to previous regimes and you would get their responses. But it feels like this with Rule and Dannon, they're kind of going out and making sure that their opinions are heard, and that what they are saying is kind of even moving some of this other movement across college football and college sports.
Yeah, I mean, I was just imagining when you were lining up the pairs of coaches, it was like an NBA Jam thing, where you like choose your team.
Who would be the corner three down there then?
I was chuckling, imagining like a cartoon Bill Moose. But anyway.
Oh no!
But I do think I don't know. I mean, I do think that even though the results to this point have not taken off, I do think that Matt Rule is really looking for every advantage within the parameters that he's given. Like I think that helps as a head coach. Like I think when you have alignment with your athletic director who's willing to, has Troy Dannon said no to anything that the football program has asked of in the last couple of years? I don't think so.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think those types of things are important, and I do think that at least Troy Dannon is known well enough. He's been around enough that he kind of has a good lay of the land as much as you can when the ground is shifting so much with this stuff. But so yeah, I mean, I think they're in a good spot. I mean, I think it's a good match there. I don't think you have anybody in the administration that's overly meddling in a situation like this, which I think allows you to be a little bit more nimble. So yeah, I mean, I think they're in a good spot. So I think I would choose that team for my NBA Jam coach athletic director combo is what I would go with.
Yeah. Michael Brunt's joining us. Brunt's, every year at this time, I'm guessing I've probably asked you this question now every year for the last like 5. We do the thing about lessons learned from the College World Series field as it pertains to Nebraska baseball. Anything to take away? Like, I mean, I look at a Murray State making it and say, okay, if they can make it, we need to, stop coming up with so many excuses. But like, I wonder if you learn any lessons other than baseball is so random, and so maybe you don't need to be so dour all the time because Nebraska could get hot too.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of it. I mean, I think it's okay to be dour. I do think what you're going to see is maybe a little bit of a change in terms of how Nebraska approaches certain things. I mean, I think you're going to see a little bit more of a search for offensive power. I mean, I think that's the one thing that you've kind of seen, not even with teams that, made the College World Series, but teams that kind of made runs that were unexpected into the NCAA tournament. Kansas is a really good example of this, because we're going to talk Kansas baseball. But
awesome.
I think whenever you have a lineup that's able to slug and hit home runs, I mean, it really kind of makes your margin for error a little less thin. And I think that's been one of the lessons that Nebraska's going to take in the last couple of years. when they've been able to hit more home runs, I think it's been a little bit easier for them. I mean, that's not rocket science, but I do think you kind of have to recruit a different player. And I think that might be one lesson that kind of comes out of this season and the last couple is just a different offensive approach, or at least an altered one. So, I think it's tough to say, oh, Murray State made it or Fresno State made it or, Stony Brook or whoever. Teams get hot. That happens. Part of it's, just the draw out of the tournament. I mean, if you get the right draw, you can do something with that. So I do think you'll see some changes. I think they're going to go about things a little bit differently going forward. But I don't know that there's any I don't know that Murray State making it is somehow a commentary on what Nebraska is or isn't doing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Michael Bruns, Husker 24/7 Sports. Brunsy, we appreciate your time. Have a great rest of your Tuesday and enjoy thinking back to that Super Bowl, or one of the three, I guess.
Yeah, we didn't even talk. Cam Newton was here this weekend.
I know. This is what I was trying to get away from. I was trying to get away from this. Here we are again, back on the Panthers.
He's a big human. Big human.
He
anyway.
is indeed.
He
very
was
large.
a quarterback. Bye, Bruns.
See ya.
That is Michael Bruns.
Yeah.
Joins
Don't
us
forget
on
Cam Newton was there.
I was not trying to trigger you. And when I was pointing at you, I was saying, do you want to ask a question now? And you took it to be, do you want to ask another Panthers question?
Why are you being such a jerk to Austin?
I am never a jerk to Austin.
You actually aren't. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. See, look, Nick, I treat people
Very,
well.
very nice man, Josh Peterson.
Wow, put that on a poster.
People would hate to hear that if that went online. Don't put it online that I like Josh
I mean,
Peterson.
he's not going to tell the guy who's bullying him that he's a bad person in front of him.
Oh,
you're just going to bully him more.
I think I have an outspoken enough personality that I would say that, but then accept my repercussions that would come from it.
All right, guys, don't worry. I'm not recording the conversation, but I have to go to the bathroom. So talk amongst yourselves over the next few minutes. All right, when we return, we get to the Dannon story that we teased yesterday. Well, Nick, we're not doing Slice College Baseball just yet. Don't worry, though. It'll come. It'll come in the 4 o'clock hour.
Yeah.
It'll come. We also still have the hot take market. Which you're
terrified.
Yeah. See, maybe you do hate me.
I'm sweating.
Hey, Austin, I keep asking you for Tuesday fill-ins. Hot take market. But tomorrow you get to do dumb debates.
Dumb debate, and I haven't done dumb debates yet.
Awesome. So you'll have that tomorrow and other stuff too. All right, but when we return, Troy Dannon spoke with Amy Just. I have many words. Let's see. How many words did I copy down on my sheet?
She had a lot of words.
There were many words. I have 485 words from her story.
Ooh, that's
I will
many
not
words.
read all of them.
Okay.
I will not read all of them because I implore people to read the story. But a few things definitely did stand out to me.
So you have thoughts on the words.
I have thoughts on the words. I have takes.
Or they opinions.
I have opinions on the takes. I have a lot of commentary.
Wow,
Nick,
this is becoming a web.
Indeed. Weeb? Web, sorry. Also, Sipple will join us in about an hour. It's already 4 o'clock almost.
Wow. Time flies when you're having fun.
That's what they say.
Yeah.
Time
crawls when you're thinking back to the Panthers Super Bowl 50 appearance.
Ooh,
are you going to be okay? Or are you ruined for the rest of the day?
That was the longest 3-minute question expose that we've
longest
ever had.
3 minutes of your life.
At least you didn't have to go on a radio show after your least favorite team wins the Super Bowl for the first time in a few years, and your team never even made it to the conference championship game.
That is true. I haven't had that.
Yeah, I have. Every damn day of my life. More to come. 1620 The Zone. Josh Peterson, Austin Jacobson, and Nick Grimm on this Tuesday.
On a Tuesday.
Ooh, is the club going up?
Always.
Man, we used to start the show with that song, and John hated it. He
hated
really
Tuesday
triggered. On a Tuesday.
Had Drake when he was cool.
Club going up.
Hey, Drake.
On a Tuesday.
Oh,
Got
man.
your girl.
Good times.
Nice.
Speaking of good times, we're having good times.
Yeah.
We're chatting, except when we talk about the Panthers, which we're not going to do anymore.
Yep.
No more
We
Panthers.
can
bring them up.
We could talk Florida Panthers. Big win last night.
Oh, man, that's
You
such
don't
a
talk
bummer.
about the ice?
No.
The hockey?
It'll come up in content.
I'm glad you said hockey after that.
I'm just more sad. I'm just more sad that.
Whoops, my bad.
Is that a drug reference?
Nope.
No.
Move on.
Nice.
Nope.
Well done, everybody. I just was sad that it was such a bad game. Like, we turned it on.
Yeah.
And it was such a bad game that we just went and sat on our deck and read.
Yeah, I was. That's actually. Ooh,
She
that's
was
actually a low key elite move,
dude. It was sweet.
How come soccer's a match and hockey's a game when
Tennis is also a match,
but
volleyball's a match.
Softball is a
game.
Hockey's
volleyball's a
just
match.
ice soccer.
That's not true.
No, it's football, but with goals. It's lacrosse with ice skates.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
I
don't
guess
know.
there's also field hockey.
Is that your hot take, early, Nick?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know what?
that,
There it
Nick.
is.
Yeah, say that. Yeah, we're.
You
oddly
can
enough,
have mine if you need it.
Yeah,
both-
I will definitely be using that. I am so nervous about the super hot take market that's coming up. I can't because the amount of emails and texts that you got that
You
were
do
like
get destroyed every
time. I can't, and I'm almost afraid. And I'm, you know what? I'm just not even going to say it because I know it'll happen.
I
know it'll
loved
happen. I'm just
the
gonna leave
first
it.
time
I'm
you
gonna
were
leave it.
in was with me,
Yep.
where somebody texted in like, "So who is this guy?" And then you had that opinion about
I don't want John
Harbaugh. or
Oh,
something.
that one. Yeah,
remember that
was
That
one.
was
Yeah,
like how
that
you were
was-
like,
yeah.
"Yeah, no, I'm normal. I think the Ravens should fire John Harbaugh."
I never said. I said they're on.
And then that turned
They're
into a
heating
segment.
up. They're
Yeah.
heating up the segment.
Yeah,
That's what they were doing.
yeah.
They're heating up the seat of John Harbaugh, and then they extended him like a month later.
Yeah.
That was fun. That was a good time.
I was looking with Mike Schaefer yesterday. We were looking at the Sunday night football schedule
Mm-hmm.
because it's Schaefer and I, and that's what we do.
Right.
And I was reminded that they play the Bills on the week 1 Sunday
Oh.
night game. Bum, 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 bum.
That's going to be Graphic City because it's just going to be. I would love
Graphic City?
Yeah, the amount of graphics they can come up with that
Oh, yeah,
because
they love
they'll
graphics.
show all the MVP seasons for both.
But zero win, and then they'll
Yes,
have the Mahomes,
0 Super Bowls.
Mahomes will be
Yep.
like standing, dancing with all of his
I would
trophies.
actually, I'd really like it. NBC, if you're listening, which I know, proud
Russia, if you're listening.
Yeah, proud listeners of Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Can I get the graphic of Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson like holding up their hands and there's no rings on their fingers?
Excellent.
That would be great.
Okay, when this happens,
Mhm.
I want everybody to tweet at us and
Please.
say, "Remember June 10th," and we're going to say no.
Remember June 10th.
By the way, I was thinking about this when I got home last night, or
Mhm.
maybe it was when I was laying in bed, which is a total me move, right? But I was thinking about the Ravens-Bills game, and I was like, I hope it's in Buffalo because I don't know if I've ever watched a night game in Buffalo at the beginning of the season when the sun is
Ooh.
still setting later.
Good point.
So it'll still be kind of sunny.
Oh,
and
yeah,
it
that's a good
is.
point.
Yeah, it's
I
like
seriously, I only imagine that place
Yeah.
at noon in sun or at night.
And when
No
I
in
see,
between.
when I see it at noon, I always think like Tyler Thigpen is the quarterback. I never think like
Wow.
I never am like, oh, Josh Allen, the starting quarterback of the
Yeah.
Bills.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Nick, you just got into football, but for the majority of my lifetime, the Bills were horrible.
very bad.
Like
Yeah.
garbage.
Remember
Bird.
EJ Manuel?
Yes.
He was their savior.
dude. But you always were like, their crowd is fun and they throw dildos onto the field.
Uh-huh.
That was their whole bit.
I
And now they still do the latter, but they're good.
I also
that's
I
sorry.
was no, you go ahead. You go ahead. I was going to interrupt you. My
So
bad.
you saying that is an interesting concept of like when you think of a football field, how do you imagine it? Like when I think of where the Bills play,
Yeah.
I always think about that
Right? Cold, chilly,
night snowball game that the Dolphins
Ooh,
played there that
yeah.
Kugler was on the call of.
good times. Yeah.
Good.
Was it a good times? Because that was horrible.
That
On
game
that-
was awesome.
On that
I
same
got
hated
note,
that
hammered
game.
that night.
to switch to college football, every single time I watch a day game at Oklahoma State, I'm like, this is a road game for the Cowboys. It's like not possible that they don't play under the blackest sky in America.
Wow.
Like it's
Nick,
always
this is a great question.
there's quite literally no stars in the sky in Stillwater, especially Bedlam every year when that was a traditional bring back traditional college football rivalries.
Oh, wow.
But that was always like not a single star. It was just dark. And then
Mm.
there was football in the middle. It
Wow.
was perfect.
Yeah, I guess even Arrowhead for me, I think of it like
what do you
3
think
p.m.
of? You think of a late afternoon?
Like
Oh,
a
yeah,
late
yep.
afternoon, but like crisp chill in the air. Kind
So when
of.
you think of
And
Cowboy
Tony
Stadium,
Romo?
do you think of stupid sunlight coming into the
Yes,
stadium
I
and
do.
triggering
Yeah,
me, and then
actually,
everybody
that's really
tweets
fun.
about it?
It's actually always Thanksgiving when I think of Cowboy Stadium.
Wow.
It's always Thanksgiving.
They've been winning on Thanksgiving last few years, so I'll take that as a compliment.
Yeah, there you
They're
go.
3-0 in their last 3. Haven't lost since 2021.
They should just only play on Thanksgiving.
Sign me up. And then they won't lose in the playoffs if every day is Thanksgiving.
Man,
I wonder.
think of, like the other stadiums.
I wonder what the psychology behind this is. Like, is it just like a game that you really liked happened with that type of environment? So that's how you picture it.
Probably. There's also something about like if a team is good in the NFL, that means they're usually playing at the 3:25 slot or at night.
Yep.
And so that means that for the majority of this season, the stadium will be in the dark. If the team is bad, they're usually playing at noon. So, no offense. When I think of the Panthers, I think of a sunny game because they're always playing in the early window.
No, when you think of Panthers games, you actually only see the highlights of someone scoring on the Panthers.
Correct, because why would I
window.
watch a Panthers
On
game?
that same note, I think part of this has to be about like when you were growing up,
your
right?
formative years?
Yeah, because for whatever reason, the New England Patriots were only on Sunday Night Football when I think about it.
Yeah,
like
Al
all the
Michaels, Chris Collinsworth.
They were they should have just been the hometown radio broadcasters at that point because thank you. They
Thank you for laughing at my joke.
But like I've seen the Tom Brady graphic of him like crossed arms wearing the Patriots uniform on Sunday Night Football so many times.
See it in my head
yeah,
right now.
but like I can't see Drake May doing that right now.
Dude,
you know?
I was blown away when I was again looking at the Sunday Night Football schedule yesterday, and they're playing the Bills in like week 4 or 5, and I was like, I feel that Drake May has become fetch, where they are going to try to tell us that he is good, and I just. Maybe I'm an idiot and I just don't know ball, but when I watched him last year, I don't think he's as big as everybody said. Everyone's like, he's so big. He's like
People
Josh
say
Allen.
that?
Yeah.
They say he's Josh Allen.
They say he could be
way.
like Josh Allen.
No way. He is a little baby Josh Allen
Correct.
is what he is.
And
yes.
so first of all, I think he's a little too slight to be Josh Allen reincarnate. And then I'm just like, he's fine. Now they also had average ass players, but it's not like Mike Vrabel's known for great offenses.
Well,
so I don't know.
The Patriots have become like this offseason where everyone's like, well, you better watch out. They've really loaded up. And you look at the names, and I'm like, I don't recognize half these people.
And one of the guys is allegedly hanging out on boats with pink things.
What is that?
You don't know the story about
Hawaiian
Diggs?
salt?
Maybe that's what it was.
Himalayan. It's Himalayan salt.
Not Hawaiian.
It's Hawaiian salt.
Dang
White.
it. Ruined the bit. I'm
Tough
sorry,
look
Nick.
for you. All right. This is not us filibustering, so we do not have to talk about Troy Dannon.
I wondered if we were just going to keep on keeping on.
No, Nick said that it was going to turn into a Caitlin Clark thing, so I'm going to nip that topic in the bud, and now we can do this.
Yep.
But Nick, I did like that topic, and so
Thank
maybe
you.
let's save that for
Good
a little
topic,
later
good
in the
topic.
summer. Okay, Troy Dannon. Now, my favorite part about this, and this is, by the way, not a critique of Amy Just. Do not put it on the internet that this is a critique. I love that she spoke to Troy Dannon in May and still is doling out quotes from that interview. Because if you're not a media dork like I am, if you ever want to know where a conversation was had, just look at the start of a story. Like this one, Nick, that says Knoxville, 10, period, dash. That means Knoxville, Tennessee.
Period dash.
Is where this conversation began. And so some of the Dannon stuff from Amy over the last few weeks has been about the settlement. Some of it has been about a lot of it was about softball, obviously, because that's where they spoke when Nebraska was in the Super Regionals. But today, or rather yesterday, 2 days ago, it was one of the days.
One of the days.
I read it yesterday.
Just one of those days.
The title, what is Troy Dannon's assessment of Nebraska football? Quote, a Goliath needing to be released, end quote. I saw that story and I was like, hell yeah, I'm reading that thing.
I prefer that over Sleeping Giant.
Ooh, interesting.
Do you think he sat on that quote, like that exact phrasing for a while?
He was like, I'm getting tired of everybody saying Sleeping Giant. I'm going to say a Goliath.
Yeah. He
Now,
could have
wait.
went Troll Under the Bridge.
No, a Goliath, though, Goliath was the bad guy.
That is true. People forget Goliath was the bad guy.
Also, Goliath isn't like Godzilla. Do you think he meant Godzilla being waited to be released? Because Godzilla was more released. Goliath was just a guy.
Yeah.
A giant, though.
But
yes, he was
to
tall.
be fair, would it be that bad if Nebraska's the villain of college football? I don't know.
Nice.
Because honestly,
that's a good topic.
Honestly, like it's not, right? Because if you're the villain, that means you're doing probably something that makes everyone else upset, which is usually winning.
Yeah, you know what Nebraska is? They're one of the red shirts in Star Trek. Just get killed every 5 seconds.
Nice reference.
That is
Thank you,
great.
Nick.
Wow, what a pull.
I do what I can. So anyway, getting back to this story and not focusing on random things because we're talking about the story, Nick. Troy Dannon had some takes about football. Amy, first question. What is your evaluation of football right now? Tremendous question, right?
Yeah.
This gives
pretty open. Leave the floor open.
It really is. And so I was like, I wonder how he's going to answer this. Just a snippet of what he had to say. Again, HuskerExtra.com is where I'd recommend reading it. Dan, and there were a lot of things done last year that we'll continue to see the dividends of, but getting the bowl game out of the way, winning the bowl game, just a lot of those things that we need to keep stacking blocks. And now there's expectations. He added later, the resources are there to get that done. I think we're in a really good place. I really do. I'm always, Austin, this is me now. I'm always interested when somebody inside of any organization, athletic department, whatever, but in this case, a football program, puts like the expectations are now rising. Now there are expectations, because my first follow-up is always, what are they? Like I have my own expectations for the program, whether it's this year or the next 2 years or the next 5 years. But I am always curious when, in this case, Nebraska football gets over a hump, and that hump is not making it to a bowl game. Okay, so now they did that thing that they had been trying to do for a decade. So now what? What is next? And so my commentary on this quote, first and foremost, is really just a question, and that's, okay, so what are you guys trying to do now?
Yeah.
What are you thinking that you can do now?
I thought it was interesting that he says now there are expectations, because what about what about everything that came out last year? And obviously he was hired last year during the whole kerfuffle that was the Trev Alberts leaving and all that other sort of stuff. But I kind of forget that timeline, that he did join in the middle of the summer after the Royal was signing, after a lot of other stuff, right? Like
he joined right before the men's basketball tournament. So he joined in late March.
Yep.
Is when he joined.
So it basically would have been, was it an early spring game or late spring game last year? Was it May?
He would have been there.
He would have been there for the spring game, but he wouldn't have been there for like the offseason hype and buildup. He would have been there for like the summer, like in engrossing of it and everything. But I thought it was very interesting that he said, like, now we are building blocks. So was it something that, and I don't want to get into the weeds of like he didn't believe in last year's team, but maybe he just didn't have time to get a pure evaluation of what year 2 was going to look like under Rule. And now that he has seen the full football season, that was year 2, and evaluated what happened in the offseason, and now we are into the thick of the middle of June, he can finally, end of May, when this article was written and also like being talked about, that he could say, no, like now I know for a fact that the things that are being put in place are the way that I would want them to be going. Because that's what he said, right? Like he essentially said, the way that the blocks are being stacked, this should lead to future success.
Yeah.
In lesser words.
I think you hit on it in that when he arrived, first of all, he had the stadium stuff to deal with,
That was a big, I mean, how many questions in that introductory press conference are about that?
Correct. And so like, he didn't really have a handle on the football program, and he
didn't have anything to evaluate the football program on.
Correct.
Because
barely any of us did, right?
Rule had 6 years left on his contract at that time when he was hired. The team was coming off a 5-7 season. He didn't have like anything else to really go off of. No one was going to ask him, "Hey, what's your evaluation of Matt Rule?
Going to get fired?"
Yeah, exactly. They weren't going to ask that question because there was no reason to.
Yeah, I've said it before, but this was like the first athletics director in years that was not hired to fire the coach. You can make an argument. Every guy was brought in at the very least to make a decision, and that is how much more time do they need, or do they need to get axed? This is the first time, and it's mainly because of what you just said. When he got to Nebraska, the coach had only had 1 year under his belt. Every other guy got in the dying days of each of those head coaches.
And remember, too, that Rule allegedly at that point, I don't know how much has been proven like since then, but like he was a big proponent on bringing in Dannon because Dannon was a guy that he had A, respected, and B, kind of understood we're on the same wavelength.
Correct. And there was like a little crossover, right, given who they knew via Penn State, if I remember what it was. So, yeah.
But there was also, take yourself back like a year at that time too, like a year and a couple of months. But that was really interesting because remember, Rule had made like public comments about like how close he was to Alberts, how close he was to President Carter and all that sort of stuff. And that was
suddenly everybody's leaving at the same time.
Yeah, and everyone was like, is Matt Rule kind of like the leader in the hen house right now? And then you even add in the context of what we found out later that year, that John Cook then just like was out of the ether as well. I mean, 2024 was kind of a crazy change of leadership in all terms.
It really was. And, now that you look back on it, just like all the stuff that happened, it's almost like you ever get hired to work at a job and suddenly you are one of the elder statesmen at the company, even though you've been there I've been there for 2 years. How am I, been around the longest? And it kind of happened that way overnight for Matt Rule. Another thing that stood out to me, I've always been interested. I'm endlessly interested in the discussion about scheduling for the future, partly because, not partly because I've been critical, but mainly because the Tennessee stuff and the offshoot of that, and thinking back to the Oklahoma cancellation of 2021 or the almost cancellation of 2021, I'm always interested in this stuff. So, Amy Just, with the Tennessee series not happening, what does the future football non-conference scheduling look like? Great question, because I have been wondering about this for a long time. Because, and I'll just read the first part from Dannon.
Also funny that they were in Tennessee asking this question.
Exactly. For ours, it's not changing. We have, I think, 28, 29, 30, 31. We have Oklahoma and Arizona home and home games in that time. Pause. Me speaking now. So I've been wondering about those games.
Yeah.
Because if they're going to cancel Tennessee, why would they not cancel the other games? Back to Dannon. We plan to stay there. I think if we have 3 non-conference games, barring the conferences taking one of those and saying we're going to 10 conference games, or we're going to do automatic crossovers with the SEC, for example.
Interesting thing to throw in there.
I think we want to play 1 Power 4 game, 1 FCS game, and then a bye game against another FBS team. Your financial model is always built on 7. I'm going to read just a couple more sentences here. The Tennessee decision got spun a lot of ways, but at its core, the original request to Tennessee to move the series back was because of the stadium reconstruction and the prospect of 27 not being at capacity because of the project and needing to go to an 8th home game that year from just an economic standpoint. That's what precipitated all the movement. So I guess I'll say this. If this holds, if Oklahoma and Arizona are on the schedule, I mean, that's kind of putting their money where their mouth is and saying it actually was about money in the first place, and it was not about trying to gamify a schedule.
And also, I don't want to divert too far from like what you're going into, but I can't get out of the head
the fact, SEC part or the 10-game thing,
the Goliath comment that he keeps making, because again, we kind of reference like the same thing that if Nebraska football like deserves to be the villain. If you think about it, in some sort of ways, Rule and Dannon have no problem like playing the villain. They're not true villains where they're like giving out like the McDonald's bags of cash and stuff, but they're not afraid to like publicly say some stuff and to like get out. And they're not afraid of bad press.
No,
like,
they're not.
As much crap as like this, people on the station, whether for right or wrong or for anywhere otherwise, people online, people nationally, anyone that has a microphone or can tweet from their fingers can publicly bash them for any decision that they make, and they do so and choose to, and we can ask questions as to why this is happening. Yeah. The Tennessee series is a great example of it, but they take it in full force. They go out in front of it and they're saying, okay, we're going to take 3 days of bad press and maybe some lingering comments from there afterward, but we're not worried about it from then on.
Dude, I could not agree with you more. For all my critiques about them, they'll say stuff and people disagree and they're like, yeah, but that's what it is.
And even the rule stuff, like, I mean, he even outwardly, like, if you even go back to what he had said about his own quarterback, like, he had to walk back a little bit about Dylan's weight and whatnot, but he went out and said it, and he's like, yeah, I don't understand why it was such a big deal. Like, it's our thing internally. I just said it.
Yeah,
like, that's
and I will also say this too. I don't think they are like that whiny either.
No.
Like in some of the,
we had
like
that argument not too long ago when I had co-hosted with you a couple of months ago or whatever. Like we had argued if like Matt Rule was turning whiny, and his comments at the time were, but you look back and it's like, no, he just says it. He doesn't mind what the response is.
Yeah. Daniel says, isn't the stadium project pushed back now though? So won't that still be an issue? So and Dannon said this in another one of the conversations with Amy. It actually might have been in this one. I just don't have the quote written down right here. The construction on that is going to happen starting after the 2026 schedule. So after the 2026 season. So we're probably looking at, let's just say it happened on December 1st, right? So we're looking at 18 months from now is when this project is going to get off the ground. So that means that the 2027 season is going to be affected. So it would have been affected for the Tennessee game. I don't know how long the construction is going to take. Certainly the 26 season or 27 season, it's going to be, all bets are off. Maybe it dips into 28. I mean, part of it's going to be weather-wise, right? Like how much you're able to do. But for sure, it's going to affect one season. I wouldn't be surprised if it affected 2, and then you're back at full go by 2029. Would be my guess.
Yeah.
So by that point in time, you're able to, let me look real fast. If Nebraska's home game against one of those non-conference games.
Did you say Oklahoma started in 29?
So
or was that Arizona?
Arizona starts in 28. And so if it was still being in construction in 2028, then it will affect that game. But it will not affect it for Oklahoma.
And again, if you're going to weigh apples to oranges, I mean, like, would you rather have full stadium capacity for maybe our biggest historic rival or Arizona?
Yeah, exactly. And look, the part of this is, if you're going to do it, you just got to do it.
Yep.
You can't.
You have to rip the Band-Aid off.
Yes, because I know, like, I think there's this concern about optics of like, oh man, on TV it will look bad. Yes, but it has to be done.
I think that's overplayed, by the way.
I do
like,
too.
How many full stadium shots do you actually see?
Yeah,
like, what are we talking about here? Like, in photographs and stuff like that, I guess it'll look weird, but it'll be a piece of the time. Like, people be like, oh, remember
when it was really goofy?
Hey, remember this Emmett Johnson touchdown when the crane was out back?
One more thing, too. This was about Colorado. Troy Dannon said, talking about last year, Colorado experience, particularly with the night, was off the charts. But it goes to show you what the building can be. And Matt and I have talked about it ever since then, how much of a home field advantage we could have in Memorial Stadium. That day, we gave the fans something to go crazy about. Not just a visceral or crazy against the opponent, but what we did as well, we also have to bring to the table enough for them to get into that level of passion. Like, that is it. That's like ultimately the rub about home field advantages is how do you have the best home field advantage every game? And it's impossible because that was the perfect storm of opponent, of what had happened the previous year, of early season, of old school rivalry, of Deion Sanders. Like, you're not going to get that from even Michigan State.
Yep.
But how do you try to get as close as possible for the non-emotional games is maybe how I'll describe this. And so that they look at that, and everyone looks at that and says, man, it could be cool if it could be like that every week. It will never be like that.
Yep.
But how do you try to get as close as possible? And I wonder what the answer is.
Yeah. Well, other than doing what they did and kind of like stoking the flames of it, I mean, they quite literally came out with as much publicity and as much as they could to promote that game as, for more or less, it kind of felt like at times it was Dylan versus Dion, and it was Dylan versus Shador, and it was all that other stuff. And Nebraska athletics itself did not, but it's not like they ever tried to like pull back from it either. I think maybe that's the solution is like, hey, listen, greatest fans of college, lean into it. Greatest fans of college football, like whatever. I think it's not lean into it. I think it's don't shy away from it.
Yeah.
Because I would have to go back and look. I'm sure the tweet was probably deleted, but I do recall that there was from the official Nebraska Huskers or Husker football account after some loss in the Pelini era that they literally had sent out a tweet that was like, don't tweet at players. And like, we can't have like bad press and negative, all that sort of stuff. Listen, you can't do that now because then you would just get completely engulfed in like the national, be like, oh, look at how soft Nebraska is, all that sort of stuff. Mm-hmm. But as long as you're just like, hey, listen, there's good and bad in all of us. Like, we're going to take the bad if it means like we can push the boundary a little bit. We're not willing to let everyone jump over the ledge for it, but like, we're not going to, take it completely off the leash here.
Yeah. Brian says the Illinois crowd was crazy and that was a disappointing loss. Yeah, that was a good crowd until do you disagree?
I see that when you said that, I was at the Illinois game and it was a Friday night. And of course there was that other aspect of it too, where everyone's like, we're not going to fill the stadium. Sure.
And it was awesome. It was a great crowd.
So being in the moment, I'm visualizing how this is the sense of a great crowd is how quiet it got when the game was over. Mm-hmm. Like even when it was 4th and a mile and Dylan eventually got sacked and it was the official last play.
Yeah.
That stadium walking out, it was so quiet, but you could tell how quiet it was and how disappointed it was because of how loud it was? Of how the environment was before.
Yeah.
Yes. So I agree. I wanted to make an argument against it, but you had to think it through then yes.
And then after that, they had some very forgettable games in there, like the Rutgers win. The UCLA loss was terrible. It seemed like the Wisconsin atmosphere was pretty good.
If you want to talk about like a Memorial Stadium roller coaster, UCLA was like down in the dumps. Yeah. People were out.
Yeah. Plus, that was one of those dreary November Saturdays, and that game sucked from the jump. Yep. And then the second half unfolded in the way it did, and it was like, all right, see you later.
Yeah.
So there you go. Those are some of the things.
It will be interesting if they can get back to that type of atmosphere it's an Iowa Black Friday game at home.
And that dude,
and notoriously that game is one of the sleepier crowds you can ever get because it's usually at noon. It's usually cold. And it's Black Friday.
Correct. Yeah. And normally Nebraska in the last decade, the last time that Nebraska entered the Black Friday game in Lincoln with a better record than 6-5.
Yeah.
Because that's what they were last year, but they weren't in Lincoln.
Yeah.
Honestly, dude, you ready for this stat? The last time Nebraska entered the Black Friday game at home against Iowa with a record better than 500 was in 2013. So it's been 12 years since they entered the game in Lincoln with a record better than 500.
The Imani Cross era. Who could forget?
Wow. And that was the Bo Pelini hat swing game. So it's been that long. And so I use that as a point to say, you're right about sleepy, 11 a.m., all those things. But they also just haven't had a good Nebraska team to cheer for.
Listen, I was at the Iowa game in Iowa City this past year. That crowd was awesome.
It looked amazing.
It was
on TV.
incredible. When I saw that the time already got posted and it was noon, I was very disappointed.
Because
I was almost like, put us at 7 on NBC every Black Friday from here on out. I think they're completely missing the boat by not doing that.
So I have a theory, and I don't know if I'll be able to prove this or not. I wonder, because there was a lot of this isn't fair. Iowa got the night game. Why doesn't Nebraska get a night game? I would love to know if the Big Ten and or NBC reached out and said, we want to do Black Friday at night again. What do you think? And Nebraska said, actually, no. Because the night game on NBC is, do you know who it is for Black Friday?
Is it Penn State?
No, it's Indiana-Purdue. There's no way in hell that NBC would rather have that game than Nebraska-Iowa.
And if you, even in the sense that like nationally, Nebraska-Iowa probably won't matter at that point. Like
maybe not. It certainly is going to pop more than Indiana-Purdue is.
100%.
And so that's my theory. I don't know. I don't know if I'll be able to prove it, and I don't know if I'll be able to hear from anybody. But I don't buy that the Big Ten wouldn't want Nebraska-Iowa.
Based off the comments that we just heard you read from Dannon about creating that atmosphere and all that sort of stuff, if they had an opportunity to be at 7 p.m. on Black Friday and they turned it down, that's contradictory. So I'm going to go with what he said, that somebody else made that decision for him and it wasn't given to him. But if what you are saying is that, then we got a different conversation, right? Because then you're trying to like eat out of both sides of your mouth. You can't have that.
Oh, unless they're like, let's have a loud 11 a.m. game. No, we can be loud in the morning.
Doesn't happen.
The Colorado game in '94 was at 11 a.m. Stunts
in 1994.
Yeah. What about Stunts to Crouch in 2001? That was 24 years ago.
Sure.
God, I sound like 100.
Remember
2001?
How about a closer one?
Chance.
The Michigan State Scott Frost win. That was an 11 a.m. Snow Bowl.
It was.
And it was a great crowd.
Imagine if that
because they bought into the game. That was part of it.
I was there. Imagine if that game would have kicked off at 2:30. It would have been an even snowier bowl.
Yep. More people would have been stuck too.
Yeah, I was thinking about that on the drive home with my dad that day. Like, wow.
I had a sorority formal to get back to in Kearney.
Wow.
I made it back in time.
Western Nebraska boy.
Yep. I literally
I
watched a semi jackknife on the interstate and I was like,
my gosh.
Should I be driving?
And you did.
And I made it back. And here I am today.
When we return, Nick Grimm will talk into a microphone.
Nice.
He's been eerily quiet throughout this segment.
What were you looking up during that segment? More slices of baseball?
Yeah, some baseball stuff, some happenings around Omaha on Twitter.
Respect. Nice.
Too many slices, Nick. That's too many slices.
No such thing.
Though Austin's super says another slice of baseball, please.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, when we return, Nick's slice of college baseball next on 1620 The Zone.
It's time to enjoy a nice hot slice of college baseball.
2 outs, the 2-2. Ground ball to first. Ball game. Murray State has done it. Upset in Durham. The Racers race on to Omaha.
College baseball.
Welcome to a slice of college baseball where I get to talk about college baseball.
Nick, why are you talking first?
Because everybody was occupied and we were coming back from break.
I guess that's true.
Are you the new host of the show?
I'm the host of this segment, A Slice of College Baseball.
Nice.
If Nick's going to talk about it, show me this.
Yeah.
Whoa, what is
Do
this?
you want me to show it to the folks?
No, because you can't put that up.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
doing
I'll
things
say-
right now, I
That is a
guess.
great shot.
Yeah, it is. I'm very happy. I was very happy, but sweaty as well.
Oh, you can't tell. It's pixelated.
All right, that's good. Yeah, it is kind of pixelated. Nick, take us away to the world of baseball in the college game.
All right. Well, for today's slice of college baseball, it's a little bit different. You know, usually I'll kind of type it out and give myself like a general layout of how I want to talk about and feature whatever. I'm going to kind of
called a script.
A script.
Yeah.
I'm going to kind of freewheel it today, though, because I spent all morning predicting the 2025 Men's College World Series.
Interesting.
Today, I'm going to tell you who wins the whole thing.
Whoa.
Nick, did you know
Using
your
what, math?
your hat is mirrored in the graphic?
Yep.
Okay.
Is it because you're flipped?
Yep.
Oh.
I just wanted to make sure you knew.
Big
Is that
flip.
does your phone do that?
It does. I can edit it. I just didn't.
That's tough.
Respect.
My iPhone wouldn't do that.
Facts.
Anyway, Nick, take it away
True.
with a slice of college baseball. I can't wait to see your predictions.
So to do this,
Am I going to have to control? Oh, no, you got it.
I used a special equation to calculate a team's slice score.
Okay.
The bigger number means it's good.
So not golf.
Not golf.
Okay, the opposite.
And it's a very proprietary special equation.
Oh,
and I can't tell you what it is.
Okay.
But I worked hard on it.
I believe you.
And
Don't
here
put it on the
are,
internet that Nick didn't work hard.
Here are the results.
Ooh. Okay, so a higher score means better.
Yes.
Interesting.
So Arizona is the WOT.
They are a 1.4. By the way, fun fact, you know what their run differential was for this entire season?
-2.
Plus 88.
Oh, dang.
That doesn't seem very good.
It's not.
Okay.
Arkansas is like 3-something.
So
They have the highest.
So
out of
do you
all
mean
these
to tell me that the slice score also matches Vegas odds?
I don't know.
Oh.
I'm not going to say that. I have no
Okay.
idea.
Very fun. Very fun. Okay.
But with the numbers that I plugged in, you can kind of see, and it makes sense. You know, of course, Arkansas is good. You can tell. LSU, pretty good. Murray State, better than people would think. Same with Coastal Carolina.
That is interesting.
So these are the numbers we're working with. So, based on the bracket, Arkansas is projected to take the whole thing, take it the whole way. LSU fights back from the loser bracket, and we get a rematch of these two teams in the championship series.
I think fan bases would be fine with that.
Is that possible?
Yes.
But they're on their side.
They are on the same side of the bracket.
Yeah.
Well, the loser bracket, isn't that how that works? Isn't
No,
that
they
gonna
would
come up that
they
way?
would if
They could play them to go to the championship.
Yes,
They
series.
can play them
yes.
to go to the championship. You're
but
right.
you're not wrong.
I messed that up.
You're not incorrect though that it would be a rematch
Nick,
at some point.
sometimes people say the NFC championship game is actually going to be who wins the Super Bowl. So that's what you were going for. And I
Yes.
understood it the whole time.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Yeah.
Great job.
Anyway, it doesn't change anything because Arkansas is going to win the whole thing.
Perfect.
correct.
There's an example of the bracket that I apparently messed up.
No, this looks correct.
I mean, does it? I can't read any of the words.
Yeah, I know. It's just an example.
Okay. Awesome.
And who wins the it's Arkansas.
Oh, it's Arkansas.
Oh, Arkansas. Yeah.
Let's go.
Is 2-1 the odds or is that the final score?
Series. That's the series.
series.
Okay, gotcha.
The odds are the final score. I
Two-
like it, Nick.
Would you take 2-1 odds?
On Arkansas,
Yeah.
they're like actually plus 385. So you can go get better odds in Vegas or Iowa.
That is true.
So yeah, I
Not
would
from
do
the
that.
slice.
So Arkansas's winning it all, Nick.
Arkansas is going to win it all.
Nick,
Nick, can I get a woo
Based
Pig
off
Suey?
of the slice projections, Arkansas is going to win it all.
Nick, I'll say this. Myself, slice handshake meme.
Oh.
I agree with the slice.
Whoa, that's crazy.
I picked Arkansas when we did predictions last week.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
And I know from the outside it seems pretty obvious, but math is saying that Arkansas.
I like. Can we go back to the bracket?
And you're also-
I loved your bracket.
You're also
Yeah.
not going to tell us about the math?
Nope.
Okay.
It's proprietary.
Proprietary math. That's the best type.
Excellent.
But I have a spreadsheet and everything. I can do this from now on. I just got to work on my brackets.
I can do this all day.
Brackets confuse me sometimes.
That's
I'm gonna
okay.
be honest.
No, that's fine.
Well, this is great, Nick. We can teach you about things. So the losers bracket, the loser of the Arkansas LSU game will still be on the same side of the bracket.
Yes.
They will then go into the losers, but they would have to, if they lost to Arkansas, they would then have to beat Arkansas again along the way, most likely to make it to the college.
Yes, and I'm now seeing where I messed up.
It's much like the NSAA state baseball championship bracket, if you're familiar with that.
I'm not, but tell me more.
Oh, it's the same bracket.
Okay, there you go. Well,
Also,
great telling of the story.
Yes,
I don't know
no
if you saw, but I've also introduced Slicey.
Whoa, hey,
I did-
Slicey.
I
I
did-
wondered who the mascot was.
I did enjoy
His name is Slicey.
I did enjoy our new character on the Grum. It's too bad that it happened at the end of the season.
Max asked a good question inside of the chat. Who is your favorite besides Arkansas, since LSU cannot make it
Yeah,
to
who
the
do you
final?
like now from the other side?
From the other side, I like Coastal Carolina.
Okay, very good. I
Very
like
good.
that.
Take
Very nice.
Coastal.
Can you go back to the slice score? Okay,
Yes.
I'm interested in this because I really liked Oregon State. And I'm
Yeah.
interested why their slice score is only at 2.9, putting them in the bottom
Third
three.
worst, yeah.
That's how the math worked out.
Okay.
It's proprietary.
Stop trying to get my secret formula from me.
It's proprietary.
It's how it worked out. Same metrics for every single team, and that was their final slice score.
Ravioli.
I will say
give me
Murray
the
State was a lot higher than I thought they would be. And Arizona, a lot
lower.
lower. Same with Louisville.
Well, you can't trust those Big 12 schools.
All right, there you go. Slice of college baseball, the last one of the whole season. Baseball.
Baseball.
There might be a wrap up, but I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Whoa.
All right. There you go. Slice of college baseball. When we
Big
return,
baseball wrap up?
What?
No big baseball wrap up?
I don't know. I mean, by that time, Tuesday we come back. I don't know. The season's
That's
done.
true.
We're looking ahead to football season.
That's right. Well, and how many
Right,
days
Nick?
out are we until college football? I mean, honestly, we're counting it down.
I think we're now 11 weeks and 4 days.
Wow.
I think.
crazy.
I think. Nick, are we 11 weeks and 4 days?
Why are you asking me about that? I don't have Excel in front of me. I can't do math with that Excel.
How many days until August
proprietary.
It is.
23rd?
Stop trying to get my secrets, Austin.
10 weeks and 4 days. We are 74 days.
Wow, that's crazy.
74 days. From Nebraska football, we are 79 days. Nick, 79 days.
And that means I'm 79 days away from seeing My Chemical Romance at Soldier Field.
Very nice.
Jordan says, so the guy who can't add came up with a mathematical formula to predict the College World Series.
I'm not the one who added it. Excel did that for me.
Thank you for
I
your
just
service.
plugged in the numbers and knew what I wanted them to do.
And you're sure you did the Excel correctly?
Yes.
Okay.
I've gotten really good at Excel.
Very
Okay,
good question.
respect.
Very good question.
Proficient.
When we return, speaking of respect, does Austin have respect for the hot take
Oh,
market?
God. It's time. Oh, God.
He's going to break out in hives
Oh, God.
throughout the next few minutes as we get ready for the hot take market. Do not go anywhere, as we'll get to that when we return here on 1620 The Zone. Will today's hot take market be brazy?
It could be brazy.
People are asking, or they're asking, what does brazy mean? If you have to ask, you're not cool enough like
Exactly.
us
You
young
wouldn't know.
people.
Mm-hmm.
I love that Austin and I get to explain Gen Z things to Josh that he's never heard of.
Josh, do you say facts just like generally? Like when someone says something you agree with, you're like, facts.
No.
No? Come on, Josh.
Or
be young.
How about when it devolved from saying facts to FAX?
FAX?
Like
Yes.
fax machine?
Yep, facts.
Cool, guys.
Do you say bet?
No, I think bet is annoying.
No.
You know what
Bet.
Gen Z B thing I actually really hate? People saying instead of ass.
I don't like that. Like
Yeah, they're
a
like-
big
it's
That's a big crane. Yeah, I don't like that.
Kids are too scared to swear on the internet anymore.
Yeah,
Great hot take, Nick. Great job.
They are. I don't like the words that they don't want to say online.
Like
is
unalive.
Yeah, we have
D exclamation E. Like
Yeah.
you can say die.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Too many asterisks in this world.
Oh,
Gotta
Hey-
get rid of the asterisks.
Paige sent me a post that somebody made on, I don't know, Tumblr or something, some kind of funny thing.
Tumblr.
But like every word or every other word, they put an asterisk in it,
Yeah.
but it was still the whole word. And I got I wasn't even focused on the content that was she sent me. I just got mad at the post itself.
Yeah.
I even said, I hate this.
These are good hot takes. By
Yeah,
the way,
these are good hot
See,
takes.
All right. So Austin, do you want me to go first? Because I know you hate this segment.
Mine are sports related. I actually have one that
Okay.
I feel okay in, but I just know everyone's going to yell at me no matter what. So I'm just going to embrace it, embrace the suck, and I'm going to be competitive in this moment. I'm going to take it.
All right. Take it away.
Okay. Both finals are over. They're done.
Oh.
Mhm.
So you think the Thunder?
I'm running Thunder. I'm running Panthers all the way out. I actually may have this morning drove.
Put some
I
little,
made a parlay.
a couple of coins
I
on
did.
this.
I did.
Wow.
I did. Yeah.
Look at you, a parlay for the champions.
Mhm.
My only critique would be that I think a lot of people probably would agree with you.
Yes, right.
So
well,
it's just not as
easy to say it.
spicy.
It's easy to say it after the wins, but I'm more confident now. Like again, going back to the
Thunder,
crossover,
definitely.
I would have turned off this series. I'm so confident in it.
But you turn off everything.
I do.
You're like, oh
So
man,
bad.
what's going to happen at the end of Breaking
Yeah.
Bad? I don't know. I didn't like
Yeah.
that scene. See you later. Walt.
Also on this to go back to the crossover too, because I'm just going to like use my old
Interesting.
content, right?
Yeah,
just
yeah,
use this. Keep halves in college basketball. I'm all for the halves.
Yeah, that's a crappy take.
Nope, you're wrong. You're
Bad
absolutely
take.
wrong.
See, now that's a good hot take.
And look,
'cause
okay,
it's
so
bad.
I had this reply come from my very good friend and coworker Jacob Padilla of Herd Hat Sports.
My
And
friend.
I know
my
Jacob.
friend, he said the counter to my claim of seeing the bigger number making you think you have more time is, it's not even the fourth quarter yet. Plenty of time.
Excellent counter.
My
Jacob.
thought is, though, if you've already watched 3/4 of something you didn't enjoy, are you really that excited to go to a break and watch another quarter of it?
People forget about the 2009 Nebraska-Missouri game, Austin, when Nebraska played horrible for 3 quarters, but then won in the fourth.
You're going to love this. I turned that game
Oh
off,
my
too.
gosh, Austin. That was such a memorable
I went to
game.
bed and I turned it on my radio next to me. And then
Wow.
I actually snuck back out because, I was a child and I had to go watch the rest of the game
That's
quietly on the TV.
brazy.
That was
Wow.
brazy.
That was brazy.
Imagine
How did I
being
do?
forced to go to
Chat,
bed before an amazing thing happens.
I got to look at the chat. Is everyone excited about me?
Well, we had let's see.
Oh,
Kenneth says
Kenneth says
fading
fading
Austin
Austin.
and
Yeah,
parlaying Edmonton
that's
in Indiana.
actually fair.
We
That's
had a
fair.
coworker back then who was a Patriots fan. He also turned off the 28-3 Super Bowl and watched Finding Dory.
Oh, rough.
And then he found out his team won the Super Bowl, but he didn't watch it.
That's tough.
Man, I would feel like an idiot.
That would not be good.
Hot
Not be
take, I
good.
believe. Mine aren't as fun as yours. The first one is there is no way in hell that the clearinghouse component of the settlement will hold up in court. I don't even want to talk about that because it just
Yeah.
sounds like a bunch of complicated nerd words.
Yep.
But there's no way it's going to happen. Hot take I could be talked into, Austin. Are
Okay.
you ready for this
Yes,
one?
I'm ready.
I was listening to a college football podcast on my run this morning.
Color
do you
me
like,
shocked.
Do you like some of those words, Nick Grimm?
How far did you go?
8. Did 8
Nice.
miles.
Good 8
today.
Miles? Or, okay.
Yeah.
You just said 8.
Yeah.
Kilometers?
Yeah. I'm not a kilometer boy,
Inches?
except for a 5K.
Yeah, bang.
And 10K.
Yep. Bang.
But I don't refer to a marathon.
Do you
as
say
a
bang?
42.2K. I have before.
Okay, so
bang.
Well, yeah,
That's what Mike Green says.
it's-
So he's 100.
It's basically the same as bet. Like you can just be like bang.
No way.
Like when
bang
I
doesn't
like-
mean bet.
No, okay, so go on with that. If I agree with you, you'll hear me say bang.
All right. Hot take I could be talked into, and this came up on Kings of the North. They were talking about coaches and who's on the hot seat. Jim Leonard next year. Do you know Jim Leonard?
Yes.
Do you know who he is?
Yes.
You know he's in the NFL right now with somebody.
I actually did not know where he is.
He's going to be the head coach of the Wisconsin Badgers in 2026. And Luke Fickell, is going to be at Cincinnati, back
Whoa.
with the Bearcats.
Interesting.
Wisconsin will continue to move on in the era of Nebraska football. 20 years gone by, they will enter their Bo Pelini phase with Jim Leonard, where they're going to win some games and get rocked by some of their opposition. And I just think everyone's going to be happy. Luke Fickell's going to be happy to leave. They're going to be happy that he leaves, and everyone's going to be happy. Does that deserve a bang?
Nah, it's more of a meh.
Wow.
It's more of a
Wow, I feel like you. This is what it feels like to be you.
Oh, I talked about this earlier, but this is more my own head. I'm trying to talk myself into this take.
Yeah.
I think if I told you about this earlier, but I think if Ryan Day leaves to the NFL,
yes.
This
is convoluted.
By the end of the college football season, I think we will have the most exciting coaching carousel in college football history.
Now, it's a fun thought experiment, but as you told me off
I
air,
had to take some leaps.
There's one part in this that is impossible to fathom, and that is
Lincoln Riley to Notre Dame.
Yes, Lincoln Riley will not go to Notre Dame. And
you don't know that.
They
don't know that.
They don't
that
want him.
Man
he
doesn't,
sucks.
That man doesn't want to be a part of a conference. You kidding me?
He doesn't. But he's also
he
bad.
wants to make his own schedule. You don't think he'd line up? Oh, I almost said Northern Illinois. Notre Dame fans, I'm so sorry about that. That would have been really bad. My bad. I didn't mean that.
They don't want him. He stinks.
Yeah. Also, his bougie house in South Bend.
Yeah. What? Yeah.
Ugh.
He can't. Yeah. A bougie house in South Bend is like a 4-bedroom.
I'll admit it took some leaps and bounds, but do your own thought experiment. This is the super hot take market, right?
Well, it is. Yes, but I like having takes that are going to happen.
Wow, that's
no
rude.
offense. Lane says, "What did Fickell do? Wants to go back to Cincy." Lane, he is coaching bad. They want to fire him. I just think this is going to be the last year that he's there, and so it's just going to work better for all parties. Maybe he'll get fired though. It wouldn't surprise me. I think Fickell's gone after this year though.
Speaking of fired coaches, just general question: who's under more pressure? SEC, right? Okay, Brian Kelly, or Kalen DeBoer?
Oh, what a topic!
Like who at the end of the season, if they went 8-4, who do you think is more likely to be fired?
DeBoer.
I'd agree.
Mainly, I think he's under more pressure because their fans are more psychotic.
But I think Kelly could then, if he goes 8-4 and starts the year bad the next year, I think he could go early.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny too because Kelly is actually a year ahead because he got there he's 2 years ahead because he got there in 2022. Kalen DeBoer got there last year. But yeah, I think DeBoer is weirdly in trouble if they have a season like that.
I was having this thought experiment earlier today, walking through Costco, picking up hot dogs for coworkers. And I was thinking to myself,
bang.
Thank you. If 9-4 in Alabama is like the worst thing ever, 9-4 at Nebraska, people would like jump over buildings for.
Dude, John and I have been saying if it happens, we will bake a cake, the 9-win cake.
Yeah.
I want to eat the 9-win cake at work.
It would quite literally just be the meme of the two people looking out of the bus and one person's like doom and gloom looking at their 9-4.
Oh my gosh, Austin. I'm going to get to that before you can and put his own logo on it and not a Hurrdat logo on it.
Come on.
No, that's a really
How
good
dare you.
I leave the meme to you.
I appreciate
that's a great meme.
Why don't we just handshake meme agree?
We'll put a Zone and a Hurrdat logo on it. Wow.
Whoa. Worlds collide.
Agree.
That is a
bang.
Damn it. Oh man. New Bill Simmons podcast with Chuck Klosterman.
Uh-oh.
God, this is great news. I know what I'm doing tonight.
Hot take, there's too many podcasts.
Whoa!
Good hot take.
That is a
too
hot
many
take.
podcasts.
I read a whole article. You can fade it out, Nick. I read a whole article today about the Mark Maron podcast. Do you ever listen to this?
No.
So it's like he was like the first podcaster.
Oh,
he started
really?
in like 2007. He's about to stop it.
2007.
I think I've only listened to one episode ever, but I read
Yeah.
this article and I was like, I kind of wish I would have gotten into this podcast.
That is cool.
Yeah.
I listened to the Bill Burr podcast in like when I was driving to high school in like 2012.
Wow.
Yeah, that was interesting. And I do remember like the first like Joe Rogan ones too. Those were interesting as well. So
First pod I ever listened to
Interesting.
was Unsportsmanlike Conduct with Kevin Kugler and Michael Zavir. The first
Whoa.
actual podcast I listened to
was that on SoundCloud?
Was no, it was on my. I downloaded it on iTunes and I had to move it over to my iPod.
Whoa.
You young people don't know anything about this.
Yeah, you just pull it from the cloud.
Oh, my
Actually,
Come
I
on,
used to,
get it from the cloud.
Used to.
You had an iPod?
Yeah.
Interesting,
I
Nick.
had an
I thought
iPod
that the
Touch third
iPod
gen.
was the
Hey,
devil.
are you ready for this? The Zune was better than the iPod.
Oh, you.
That was true. That was 100% true. I could download as
I
many
will say-
songs as I wanted back in 2000.
My
First bang, Gabe.
My Windows phone was the best phone I ever
Gnab.
had. But also, my first podcast was the Rooster Teeth podcast.
I don't even know what
Rooster
that
Teeth?
is.
What does that mean?
Roosters don't have teeth, and teeth don't have roosters.
There's a story behind it, why they called themselves Rooster Teeth. I'll have to tell you off the air.
Yeah, we don't have enough time for
Like
it.
a Coastal Carolina thing?
No.
No.
But it was like a video game podcast. People hanging out, talking video games. It was one of the first ones, too.
Talking boys?
I love podcasts.
Dudes hanging out. I'd listened to it in study hall in high school.
Respect.
Do you know what else I like?
What?
cheeseburgers.
Oh, yeah.
And in particular, I love them from Cheeseburgers, a takeout joint, which is this week's Zone Deal. Austin, did you know on Friday morning, if you go to 1620thezone.com as you're waiting for a baseball game to start, at 9 a.m., you can get $50 worth of gift vouchers for just $25?
Well, I always want a cheeseburger at 9 a.m.
I love cheeseburgers at all times of day. Smash burgers, crispy chicken, hot dogs, like you just talked about.
Whoa.
Sides, they do it all. Again, $25. You get $50 worth of vouchers Friday morning at 9 at 1620thezone.com. And Nick is going to be giving away prizes on the Grum this week.
Do love that.
We do love that indeed.
Hot dog hamburger sides are actually some of the best sides.
What?
Hot dog and hamburger sides. They're the best sides.
What do you mean, like fries?
No, like sides in general.
Like
what,
Lay's potato chips?
Yeah, like we got.
What are you saying?
We got potato salad, macaroni salad. You got
You're just
deviled
describing
eggs.
a picnic, right?
Yeah, right. They're better than other sides. Yes.
Okay.
But you could have the same sides for like a turkey
Oh,
sandwich.
at Thanksgiving, you're going to have the same sides as you do at a picnic in the summer.
Wait, well,
That's
why
incorrect.
did you jump to picnic?
No, but
Because you said sides. You said sides about. You said they have sides at their restaurant.
But you specifically said hamburger and hot dog sides.
Well, yes,
but
because that's
the
what
same
was
size.
in the promo read was the hamburgers
To
and
be
hot
fair,
dogs.
their sides are fries and onion rings and fried pickles.
Interesting.
It's
I
not.
I take back what I said
the
about my
restaurant's
picnic.
not a picnic.
I take back my picnic.
Oh, that's a good idea for a restaurant,
A
though.
picnic?
Call it picnics.
Nick, you just tweeted.
You should do it. That's your name.
Nick, you just tweeted out some
Nick.
of a slice.
I
You didn't
did.
include the bracket. Though.
Nope.
I love the bracket. Nick, I might have taken a screenshot of the
I'm
bracket.
sure you did.
All right, when we return,
Uh,
a man that needs no introduction, but we're going to give it to him anyway. His
ask
name
him
is,
about sides.
His name is Steve Simmel. Why you thought restaurant would be a picnic is just baffling to me.
Full
on-
question.
I
Can
will-
restaurant be picnic?
I will always pick Nick. That's true.
Thank you.
Indeed.
Bang.
On 1620 The Zone.
be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw.
The Steve Sipolis Happy Hour is on the air. Sad.
Every time Sipple doesn't answer the phone, I feel like he went out to the store for a gallon of milk.
What? A Milka?
I was
The
going to say
Milka?
something else, but I stopped.
Oh, no. What were you going to say?
I was going to say a gallon of milk and a pack of cigarettes. But,
What's wrong with the cigarettes? A man can have cigarettes in 2025?
I mean, I guess I can.
Yeah.
Yeah, cigarettes aren't illegal.
No, I figured the gallon of milk, I didn't need to do
Big
both.
bad Trump hasn't taken those away yet. Nick.
I haven't.
I figured it's the same joke. I didn't need to do it twice.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
I always thought that the dads did go out for milk and cigarettes. I thought it was a part of the joke.
Oh, I thought it was just milk.
I thought it was
that wrong?
cigarettes.
Oh.
It's either or both.
Interchangeable?
I've never bought my own carton of cigarettes, but I have had cigarettes offered to me.
I've never smoked a cigarette.
Really?
Never,
You've
not
never
one
lived
time.
the good life.
I
Never
will never
ripped a dart?
No.
Whoa, that's a great phrase, Nick.
Yeah.
Well, in honor of that, we have a great John Bishop graphic. I know what dart ripping is. Oh, John, we miss him.
I do love a good dart rip.
We wow, you're a smoker.
No, not necessarily.
Austin, that's bad for your lungs.
I'm sure it is, but
wow,
when you
I'm sure it
I've
is.
had one cigarette a year, and I haven't had it yet, so I'm holding off.
Wow, interesting.
See what happens.
Kind of how I'm like with pop now. I do about
Yeah.
7 pops a year.
Actually, I've only had cigarettes on like bachelor parties. So I had my last cigarette was the last bachelor party I was on.
So Nick's and you'll be smoking.
The boys and the cigs get together.
I don't smoke anymore, but when I did smoke, or when I was weaning off at least,
When
there
you
was-
were cool?
Weaving off?
Weaning.
Oh, sorry, Nick, I misheard you there. My bad. My
There,
ears.
there was something about a drunk ciggy, like a sneaky drunk ciggy.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone always says that.
I always said I didn't need to eat if I just had my drunk cig. That's all I need.
But don't you love food?
I do.
Well,
I do love food. But there's something about that. You're like, oh, my appetite's suppressed by the cigarette.
Oh.
We were talking about boy lunch earlier. When I was in college, my
Sig lunch?
my boy breakfast was a
cigarette?
It was a Camel Crush menthol and a Monster.
Ooh, yeah. My boy lunch in college would be like a walking home from the bars, cigarette and Monster. Yeah.
Wow. You guys are something.
There's something
else.
about
I lived
that
in
combo.
a trailer park. What did you want?
I didn't.
Double wide trailer is the best.
Nice.
Dude, double wide?
I know. We were highfalutin in that. trailer park.
I think I'd live in a trailer.
It was a
I think
good
I
life.
could do that.
It was a good life.
Poll question.
Yeah, I think I could live in a trailer.
I think I could live in a trailer.
It's cheaper.
It's
It
a good
is
life.
cheaper.
It's a good life. Good
Yeah.
people too.
Those are. It's an old you.
I like to
Yeah.
imagine is it just like My Name is Earl? Did they nail that?
My name is Earl.
Wow, what a moment in time. My name is Earl was.
Yeah, that was a way overrated show. I never liked that show.
Overrate. I love that
I
show.
hated that show.
I heard-
that was the worst.
I'm pissed off because it never got a proper end.
Yeah,
Like,
well,
they could have.
I'm glad you're mad about it then.
There was a friend of mine who told this story once about how he overheard a couple of guys like somewhere who were talking about that show, and they were talking about Jamie Presley, who played the love interest of Earl, of
Yes.
the titular character Earl. And they were like, she plays the best version of a white trash actress like I've ever seen. I was like,
Wow.
oh my gosh, what a story. What a story.
What a description of someone too. Is that complimentary? Or
I
is
took
that
it to be
like-
complimentary.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's
You're
very
like-
good at acting.
When-
She's a method actor.
When Anya Taylor-Joy first went on the scene, I used to confuse them, but I'm like, why does she look like? They look
Really?
alike.
I don't
Oh,
think
wow.
they look alike.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Hmm.
Also,
The same
she's
woman
way
from the Queen's
younger.
Gambit,
I know.
correct? And the
Yes.
menu.
Yes.
Do you
I
know
know
she's from Grand Island in that movie?
Well, no, she lied about being from Grand Island in that movie.
But
Yeah,
She's
no one's actually from Grand Island.
Yeah.
That's true.
I don't like Grand Island.
Whoa, really?
Yeah.
It's not even an island.
Power rank your top 5 cities in Nebraska.
Omaha, and that's all that matters.
Wow, good
Yeah.
good move. Okay, you can't include Omaha and Lincoln.
What?
Can you name 5 other cities in Nebraska?
Yes. Fremont, Axtell,
Nice.
Ogallala.
Axtell.
I have
Whoa.
family lives
What
in
a
Axtell.
pull.
Yeah,
That
see?
was great.
People are always like, you don't know anything about Western
Oh.
Nebraska. Then I'm like, but what about Axtell?
That was
Holdridge.
great. Whoa.
My mom's family's from Holdridge. What is
great
that?
great
Georgia?
mascot name, the Dusters.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, and purple and gold colors too. Pretty legit.
Norfolk,
Oh, I like that.
North Platte. You know
you
what?
put North Platte in your top 5, or you just naming
I'm
it?
just naming
Okay,
places
that's
now.
much
No.
better. Yeah.
When I went to Ogallala, that was fun. I enjoyed Ogallala.
Ogallala is good. Lake McConaughey.
I played golf there.
Yes.
Back when I golfed. Those days are.
You're not a golfer no more?
No, because I run.
I
suck.
I get a different type of high. Mine cigarettes, yours is running.
It is. Indeed. Yeah, cigarettes bad for running
That
and
is true.
triathloning.
Well, again, I only have one a year, so how bad can it really be?
That's true.
I do hope at the end of my life, they're just like, if you hadn't had those 8 cigarettes, you would have been better off.
Yeah, seriously. What if God was like, you could have been an Olympian?
It actually, now that I say it, I probably should stop because, let's see, I've had a cigarette once a year.
Yep.
Since I was 19.
Wow.
So I've had 9 cigarettes so far. See, I don't like where the stats going because then when I'm like 81, they're going to be like, wow, you've had like 60 cigarettes. That's too much. That's too many cigarettes.
But it is, I mean, compared to some people, that's like not any.
Yeah,
That is true.
I definitely don't want to see my overall lifetime cigarette stats.
Oh, this is a great topic.
Have you guys ever thought about your lifetime stats? Like which stat?
Yes, I was just going to ask you, what are
time.
the stats that you'd love to ask God about?
How gross can I be?
Feel free.
Okay, I want to know the weight of poop that I have like left on this earth.
Wow.
That is not at all what I thought you were going to
all
say.
right, good. Yeah,
I just was going to go more towards.
But wouldn't it be
sex
great,
stuff.
like, to know the weight of it? Like, that would be like, I don't want to know the amount, like the amount of times.
I mean, that's fun to take the gross
Yeah.
question into a fun one. Would be the amount of Popeye's chicken I've eaten in pounds.
Yeah,
you know.
I wonder
what's the food that I've eaten the most in terms of pounds.
I want like a word graphic of like the foods I've eaten the most, and like so where it's like that word is largest. Like when that's what I want. Yeah, that's
that'd be
what I'd
fun.
Like I want it like just chicken parm and like big bold red letters like in the middle. That'd be great.
That'd be really fun to see because then you can see what your top food is, but it's not what you always considered your favorite food.
Yeah,
You're just like,
right.
what the hell?
Because you don't eat your favorite food enough.
See,
That's
but
true.
so my favorite food is fried chicken, but my word cloud. Chicken would be number one because I do have chicken.
I do a lot of chicken.
You know, and here's what I'd like to know. So I started drinking coffee a decade ago.
Okay,
we're coming up upon my 10-year coffee versary.
Wow, you, me, we celebrate our coffee and cigarette celebration.
Wow, isn't that a band name, Coffee and Cigarette, or is that an album name?
I don't know.
I think
Cigarettes and Coffee does sound like a great band name.
Yeah. So let's see, where was I going with this? 10 years ago is when I started drinking coffee.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that coffee has been on the comeback to like water is going to be forever the GOAT and most taken in, right? Coffee, though, you know how you'll see those graphics of like college football wins over the decades? Coffee has been climbing up.
Right.
Because I have a pot a day. Every day I have a
Wow.
pot of coffee, which is probably unhealthy, right?
Okay, so
I always forget how healthy coffee is or isn't.
Well, it's the caffeine. That can't be good for your heart over. Like, I had to stop energy drinks cold turkey
But my heart
because I was
rate's
getting
so
palpitations.
low. My heart rate's
You were
so
getting
low.
palpitations?
Yeah.
That is not good.
It was rough. I had to wear a Holter monitor last year.
So I don't know
Wow.
if you were a big calorie tracker or still or are whatever.
Nah, not anymore. I used to be.
Wouldn't it be interesting, just not like lifetime, like earned calories, but like what you ran, like how many calories,
Oh,
like
that'd be
worked
fun.
out, like how many calories you burned off compared to how many calories like you have ate. I'd love to see that because I do be a nerd like
I need a
your-
Strava for my life.
Yes.
Your calorie intake to disposal differential.
Speaking of Strava for life, I would actually love to have like if they could just like lift me above the earth and they show like a gold trail of like all the places like I've been to, but like not like dots. Like I want to see like the trail pattern.
Oh, interesting.
So like I-80 is just like a really thick line, and it's just
So like the where you have been to the most.
yeah.
That's a fun idea.
Yeah, kind of like that thought.
There's an app from years ago I learned about on the Rooster Teeth podcast. That I
Oh,
mentioned.
you never told us the story of why it's called Rooster Teeth.
Oh, I'll tell you next break. But there was this app that one of the guys used called Fog of the World on his iPhone, where have you ever played a video game and you see the map and then it's fog until you explore it?
Maybe.
Use defog.
So this app, it was like that, but it had like the world, and then if you'd like travel wherever your path where you travel
was clear.
Cool. Yeah, it would
That's fun.
clear
That's
up.
cool.
On
Yeah.
Strava, you can go look at it and it'll show you where you ran.
Yeah, I'm not in Strava. I should get on that.
Yeah, you should. Hey, listener Sam, I know you're out there. Download Strava. Strava's fun. Lane says, Josh, you're a runner. Your heart rate will be low. So in theory, then my heart rate could be even lower if I stop drinking a pot of coffee every day.
See, that's dangerous. Maybe the coffee's keeping you alive.
Yeah, interesting.
I mean, my heart rate. I mean, it's not like it's going to get into dangerous territory. When I'm in my best in terms of my resting heart rate, it's in the low 50s.
Yeah. I was at a pretty good rate. Never got low 50s, but I did get like mid 60s, and I was like pretty happy about that. That was not too long ago, but yeah.
Well, let's go to the phone right now, the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline, and welcome in Steve Sipple. Sip, what's your resting heart rate?
No clue.
Oh,
you don't have a watch that tells you?
No.
You don't have a smartwatch?
Do Do you have a watch?
You don't keep track of your steps?
No, I don't. I mean, no, I don't. And I don't have a working watch. I have a watch I use for like an ornamentation piece, sort of.
Nice.
Okay.
But just decoration when I wear something nice that doesn't work. Eternally stuck on noon. And sometimes people notice and sometimes they don't. But anyway, no, I don't know what my resting heart rate is. Who am I talking to today? Is this Josh and John?
No, this is Josh and Austin Jacobson, our friend from Herd at Sports.
Hey, Sip.
Oh, hello, Austin.
Hey.
Thanks for subbing.
Yeah, no problem. Happy to be here. Hey, what lifetime stat would you like to know about yourself?
What lifetime stat?
Yeah.
As an adult, my high weight and my low weight.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that'd actually be cool. I don't weigh myself that regularly, so that actually would be pretty interesting to find out.
Yeah, like we were talking, Sip, about like if you could do those word clouds, but it's for food and it's the thing that you have eaten the most in your life.
Oh, yeah, that'd be interesting.
Wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Not that interesting for me, but I think it'd be interesting for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Burrito. I mean, clear answer for me is burrito.
Really? Burrito over everything?
Wow.
Oh, God. Yeah, I think so.
Burrito.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That would be very interesting. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, chicken burritos and pinto burritos. That's what I eat.
Wow, that
Chicken
sounds
and
good.
pinto
Well,
burritos.
stay tuned for later in this hour when we get to what's for dinner. Steve Sipple, Husker Online, joining us right now as he does each and every Tuesday. Your column today, there was something that jumped out to me because you no, in a good, kind of a good way. I guess I'll tell you. Nothing critical of you.
Bury the lead.
But you had a chance to talk to Dayton Raiola, the younger brother of Dylan, and you asked him. I'll read your words. I asked Dayton to compare and contrast his playing style with Dylan's, and so Dayton said, "I think we both have pretty strong arms. Humbly speaking, we both like to throw the deep ball." But I'll be honest, I couldn't help but read that and then wonder how many of your readers read that and thought, "Okay, so why wasn't the deep ball very good then in 2024?" And is that something? And so my real question is, do you think that's something that is going to improve in 2025?
Well, I mean, I think what we're talking about is more of a receiver discussion. I mean, I don't really have any doubt that if there's capable receivers who can get a step on corners or two steps, whatever the case may be, and get open, Dylan and Dylan's given sufficient time that he will complete deep passes. He got a strong arm. He's accurate. I think that a lot that goes into these discussions is I just feel like we're doing almost sometimes with Dylan, we're doing the Adrian Martinez thing again a little bit. There needs to be more around him, and I think there is now. I would have liked to see them get another running back, but I think that there will be good protection, and I think Isaiah Hunter is definitely someone who's an addition that can win deep and beat man coverage. Of Josh and Austin, a lot of this is also, remember last year, it was a talking point that they had real trouble against man coverage.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that gets forgotten a little bit. It gets lost in the wash. But my hope is they brought in some guys, Cortez Mills, Dane Key, Isaiah Hunter, and the like, that can beat man coverage and get downfield where Dylan can operate. Dylan's got very strong arm. I mean, I've seen him throw it 70 yards. It's kind of effortless, and I think he's accurate. I think you'll see. I mean, last year he completed 67% of his passes. It wasn't like he had a real bad accuracy problem.
But I would say he did with the deep ball. Like that was the one part of his game that really seemed to struggle all season long.
Yeah, Sip. That's where my next thought goes to is when you look back on last season, you hear kind of the comments from the younger Raiola. Is it more of an issue from Dylan's perspective, or was it more of the scheme and receivers that were the deep ball issue?
Well, I think. Now listen, Dylan's not above reproach. He had. I mean, he didn't have a good second half of the season. I'm not going to pretend that he did, but I just kind of go back to answer your question, is it scheme or personnel? And I never think it's either. It's hardly ever either, Austin. It's usually both. And I think you would agree. I don't think I'm pushing the limits by saying they didn't have a great offensive coordinator and we didn't really know what he was trying to accomplish.
Agreed.
A great deal.
Yeah.
I think that part will improve dramatically. I think we saw it improve dramatically, or at least noticeably in the last three games? Is that how long Dana was there? Dana Holgerson was there. And then again, I think you'll see better receiver play. Neither of those guys neither of the seniors, Nayor nor Banks, were drafted. That's not a meaningless fact. I mean, the fact that they're not drafted tells you a little bit, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not like that's meaningful. It'd be easier for Dylan if he had available to him a third-round draft pick or a first-round draft pick or a Maurice Purify who I don't know, Maurice even got drafted. Why do I say Maurice Purify? Because
he was awesome.
Okay, here's why I say here's why I say Maurice Purify. If you put Maurice Purify on last year's team, he would have looked like Michael Irvin compared to the rest of them.
Wow.
He was so good.
Put him on
Yeah,
88.
he was. So this is what I mean, guys, when I always go down this road of defending quarterbacks by citing what's around it. I think we have fallen in this fan base media core. We have largely fallen into this sort of brain malaise of not understanding what's needed because we've gone so long without it. I mean, we've gone a long time without a Maurice Purify, right? I mean, or
Trey
even
Palmer?
None. Palmer was a good start. Yeah, that's
First 1,000-yard guy.
But the fact, and who was the other guy that came from the Montana region?
Samori Toure.
Yeah.
Yep. And then
Toure was pretty good.
You look at
But
Stanley
again,
Morgan before him too, and
yeah, Stanley was good.
Yeah, but again, hey, Austin, think about it. Did Stanley Morgan get drafted?
No.
Oh,
no.
Did he not?
Okay, he didn't get drafted. You would call the kid, the transfer from Montana, Samori Toure, a fringe NFL player. See, you've sort of fallen into my trap. It's exactly what I'm talking about. So you will throw at me, oh yeah, but Sip, they had Stanley Morgan. Where was he drafted? Wasn't drafted. I mean, it's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
What about Samori? Yeah, but Sip, what about Samori Toure? Yeah, what about him? He's not in the NFL anymore, and he was a fringe guy.
And the guy they did have, Sip, that is in the NFL, Wandale, he didn't stay at all 3 years.
Well, he was a running back to be fair.
And he played running back at Nebraska, yeah. But he was also he's not. I know he's not the type of physical receiver that we're talking about right now.
But he was an NFL talent.
Yes,
like that's
for sure,
right.
Sure.
Yeah, and I know you guys get sick of it, probably me saying all this all the time, but I'm glad we had the conversation because it is a trap we fall into. It'd be nice if we were talking about a third-round pick or a second-round pick, or God forbid, a first-round pick.
Yeah.
So that's what would Dylan. I always say this: what would Dylan look like if you stuck him on? I don't even have to say Ohio State. Just stick him at Penn State right now with those two running backs, and then the receivers they brought in, or he has available to him. How about the 15th pick overall, Ty Warren? Okay,
that'd be nice.
We don't talk like that here. It's like sometimes I think we've given up on the notion that you can have that. You can't give up on that notion. And I will tell you who's not giving up on that notion. Matt Rule's not giving up. No, this conversation that people are having right now about Nelson Wheeler, about Maurice Purify's son, about Amarian Jackson. This is what we're talking about. Those are good players. I don't know if you beat Oregon with them. I don't know if you'd ever see them in the first round. You have to try to go get players like that. So Cortez Mills, I can tell you, is closer to that than what they've had. Those are the kind of guys you have to start getting regularly. And that's what Rule is all about right now. But it's harder to get those kind of players. But that's what he's trying to do.
Yeah, and Sip, we got a text just now, 402-951-1620 from a listener named Adam. He says, compare that to the programs we strive to be, and I bet the results are even more staggering. And it reminded me, like, there's been this graphic that's been making its way around lately where it's Big Ten teams since 2020. So 5 years now, right? A half decade of football being played in the 2020s. And Nebraska's last. And this is overall wins, and they have 22 wins. And the first time I saw the graphic, I thought that it was conference wins, and then I quickly realized, no, it's wins. And they are last in the conference. And so it is a reminder of, like, I get what you're saying, and, like, I think they can get NFL guys, but I think when people doubt that they can, it's because the program's been so bad the last decade, and it's kind of hard for people to imagine it anymore.
Well, but your leader can't be that way.
No, definitely not.
And he's not. He's not that way. But I think we've almost forgotten. We almost forgot what it's like to be Oregon and what it's like to be Ohio State and Penn State and to a certain extent Michigan now. But that's what he's trying. That's what he's trying to do. That's why Matt Rule had this mega weekend over there with the 7-on-7 event, devising this huddle symposium simultaneously, and then having the 9 visitors on campus. He is doing all he can to enhance that profile. There's only way. How do you beat Oregon if you don't have any draft picks, or if you have 9 draft picks over the last 5 years, which I believe is the number? Please double check that. But I think it's 9 over the last 5. Right? Does that sound right to you? How do you do it? How do you expect to wrestle down Oregon and Ohio State when you're getting very few draft picks, and in some years none? It can't happen by magic. You can't be this eternal underdog story. Well, it's Nebraska; they can figure out a way. No, you don't. You got to have some guys that stretch the field, that block on the edge, and that make sacks. Big time players.
Should be interesting. Steve Sipple, HuskerOnline.com, joining us here as he does each and every Tuesday. Sip, a wonderful conversation. I hope that you have a great rest of your week.
God, I just got on a soapbox. I'm almost apologetic, but it is what it is. Thank you, guys.
Yep. Bye-bye, Sip.
Thanks,
We'll talk to you later.
Appreciate it.
Nice.
Oh, well, nice. To go off of Sip's point about, I don't want to say rip to old Sip there. But
wow, that's brazy. Josh.
Looking at it is brazy what you just did to him. The receiver picks. What if I gave you and told you could supplant 2 back-to-back receiver draft picks for Nebraska and put them on this year's team in like their collegiate forms? If I gave you Quincy Enunwa and Kenny Bell on this year's team, would you feel better about Dylan's chances?
Would I feel better about the wide receiver room?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Oh,
so it was something I hadn't even thought of to his point, but he does make sense that, like, the NFL level of talent has not been there. Granted, that's a 6th and a 5th round pick between.
I was going to say, even those
Kenny
were like lower round guys. We're not talking about first rounders.
I mean, so a 5th round pick for Niles Paul back in 2011, and then Eric Crouch was the highest drafted receiver in 2002, 3rd, and you'd have to go all the way back to, I think, 1980, where Irving Fryer was taken 1 overall for receivers picked.
They just have never had those dudes.
No,
they have never had those.
And again, part of it's like the system, part of it's like all that sort of stuff.
100%.
But like you would think, looking back through all the years of the Nate Swift and the Todd Peterson and all that other stuff, like the talent level of receiver was not there. And even I did a quick glance at the tight ends, and of course there was a 7th round tight end that was just picked this past draft in Thomas Fidone. But pass catchers, specifically non-running backs, but just pass catchers, it is slim to none in talent that Nebraska's been able to bring in. So it would be pretty interesting to see if, Hardly Gilmore did leave. A lot of people were saying he's very talented. Like, would he have been a top 3 round draft pick? Like, if he stays in Nebraska?
Probably not.
Is that Dane Key if he has a big season? Would he be a top 3 round draft pick if he has a stellar, final season in college? People are high on Ja'Cory Barney as probably the primary playmaker for Nebraska football. If he has like a finished out collegiate career, could he be a top 3 draft pick? I mean, these are legitimate questions to kind of consider, right?
Great questions. We got some responses that we can get to when we return. We will do that. We also have some content with Nick.
Content.
That we will have later this hour. He will read us questions, and we'll answer the questions. So stay tuned. It's coming up next on 1620 The Zone. Josh Peterson, Austin Jacobson, and Nick Grimm. You know what's good, Austin? If there are topics that we didn't get to today, we'll just save them for tomorrow because you're going to be back.
We'd be back.
Like the K-Ford numbers. We'll talk about those tomorrow.
Yep,
there were just a multitude of responses.
Oh, bevy, also slang for having an adult drink.
What?
Would you like a bevy?
Oh, that's true.
That
Good
is.
one, Nick.
Thank you.
I hadn't thought of that one.
You never had a bevy?
Like you saying a beverage?
Yeah, let's have a bevy with the
I guess
boys.
I don't hate that one.
Yeah.
I remember when I got to the Zone and I was the young.
Yeah.
And it was like, wow, Josh is an idiot. He thinks The Godfather's overrated. But then I grew to like The Godfather, and I don't think it's overrated now. I mean, I don't think it's the best movie, so I guess I technically think it's overrated.
Okay.
But I think it's really, really good.
Yeah, it is really good.
And then Nick got here, and suddenly I was old.
Oh,
and then
tough.
you arrive, and I
Mhm.
feel like I'm ancient. I feel like I am Moses' age when he died, which was like 900.
If it makes you feel any better, all of my coworkers are only like 3 or 4 years younger than me, but I just turned like 28. And so they treat me like I'm old. I shared that the year
the
I
dumbest crap I've ever heard.
No, it's a very real thing.
It is very real.
Gen Z A, Gen Z B. This is what I've been trying to tell you.
I shared my
Idiots.
birth year in a group chat.
And they called you old?
And they were like, whoa, like, I didn't realize you were that old and all that stuff. And I was like,
Jiminy Christmas.
97.
They hit him with the
97.
unk. Yeah.
I didn't get hit with an
hit
unk.
somebody with an unk for being 4 years older than you.
Yeah.
You can if you're Gen Z B.
Nick,
That's what
that
they
is true.
do.
That
That's
is
what
true.
I'm telling you. There's
Well,
a divide.
They were a whole
Nick.
high school class behind me.
That's not
why.
that old or young.
It's not to you, but like I said,
Nick.
Gen Z has a divide.
I was
You
smoking
need to-
cigarettes when they were graduating high school.
You need to tell.
ripping darts.
They could have been ripping darts too. You need to tell Gen Z B to get off their high horse.
They're not going to listen to me. They're going to call me unk
They're going to.
and then
That is
make a
true.
TikTok AI.
But we'll deep fry their images. They won't know what to do about that.
Brazy, dude.
Mm-hmm. Be brazy.
I don't know any of these terms except for AI. They're using AI. That's slop.
I saw a tweet the other day where
Congrats.
somebody said, thank you. Graduating college before AI is like getting out of the last helicopter in Vietnam. And then it was in response to somebody else who said, I told a high schooler or a college. Brazy. I told a college student that I didn't use AI at all. And they're like,
Yeah.
how do you do college without using AI?
Yeah, I've wondered that, but in a different sense. Like when I was in college and I would like work on like my computer to write a paper in the library, I would be like, I don't have any reason to check out any of these books. But like 20 years ago, someone had to do that.
What's
Not
up
even
with
that
all
long.
these books?
Yeah.
Brazy.
It
Now,
was brazy.
there's people who are writing papers and using proper grammar, and then their teachers' programs are flagging it as AI.
That's hilarious.
crazy.
This student is speaking properly.
Mhm.
They had to have cheated. Yeah, see, my
No kid is that grammar.
my generation, back in my day, we just made the periods one size bigger to make the paper longer.
Yep. Right. Yep.
And now they're just plugging it into computers.
We also,
Unreal.
I want to have like a cursive writing challenge at work to see like if any of my coworkers could write in cursive.
Excellent bit.
Mhm.
We already did that. We're kind of like
Oh,
the
did you?
Simpsons. There's actually,
Whoa.
if you go to my desk right now, you will see a sentence. I looked at it today where it says Mike Riley is the head coach of Nebraska football in cursive and in print, because we did that in like November of 2017 because
Wow.
we knew he was going to get fired. But
Yeah.
it was a challenge to send in cursive.
So,
Interesting.
Austin, I don't know if it worked this way with you, but back
Topic
in
alert.
Manning,
Back in my day.
when
Back in Gen Z A day.
back in Gen Z A days, so
Oh
we
my
learned how to
gosh.
write, right?
Good.
And then immediately they're like, all right, now it's time for cursive. And then we started cursive, and they're like, now you're typing everything.
Oh.
So I never had a chance to really refine any of my writing, so I can do it, but
That's
it looks
your
horrible.
handwriting's garbage.
My handwriting's so bad.
Also,
My
cursive
handwriting is also bad.
Cursive is stupid. I'll
Yeah,
so
cursive is
Nick,
dumb.
No, it's
Except
really
I wish
stupid.
I had a better signature. My signature is bad.
My signature's rough.
Very bad.
I practiced mine when I was a kid because I thought I was going to be famous someday.
You are famous. You're
Yeah,
a top 30 radio host in Nebraska.
I think thank you, Austin. I think one person ever has asked for my autograph, or maybe
Really?
two. When we did the remote at McDonald's that one time, somebody
Oh,
wanted my
that's
autograph
awesome.
for some
Yeah.
reason. I was like, sure.
I did.
Why not?
I gave somebody my autograph once in college. That was a weird
And they stole your
experience.
identity.
Yeah.
Nice, awesome. By the way, Sean texted in earlier. I'm
Hi,
Team
Sean.
Austin. Burn away, bro.
Yeah, that's right.
Ripping darts. We barely now have time to get to all the comments that I wanted to get to, but I will read this one from, where was it at? Brian. Maybe
Hey, Brian.
the media needs to be honest about Raiola and
I-
recognize he's not all that.
I love the term the media. It's my favorite.
media.
The media.
All right,
They-
Austin, I want you
As
to
if like
speak.
Tucker Carlson's like on, he's just like, Dylan Raiola has trouble with the deep pass.
Okay, now that is a good bit.
I would
Tucker
actually-
Carlson talking about Nebraska football. Gosh, I wish I could do a good Tucker because that would be really funny.
That would be really good.
No,
we could
why-
buy a cameo for him
Why
probably.
is the media saying that it was the receiver's fault for not catching the interceptions? Why would they? Okay, you know what? I'm going to try to refine this and see
please
what
do.
I can.
Yeah, let's see what we can get tomorrow.
But let's see. Brian says maybe the media needs to be honest. I want you to speak for the media, Austin.
Okay, I am the media.
Does Nebraska media need to do a better job in talking about Dylan Raiola?
Like, we just need to be more critical of him?
I think that's what he's saying, yeah.
I don't know how we haven't been critical of him. Also, not heaping praise on him the entire offseason is also not being, like, isn't that kind of the same of being critical? Like, just because you can't outwardly, like, say, like, oh, well, you know, we're not pointing out every single one of his flaws, but also we're not complimenting him constantly.
If I were to say that, like, looking back at last year, where I think people got it wrong with him was, I think that some of us, and I'll include myself, I think we were too slow to recognize that the issues on the offense were not in spite of him, but at times because of him.
And also, it was understood from the beginning when he came in that he was not, like, the offense was not set up to be like he was the savant that was going to walk in and everything was going to be better. It'd been great if he did, but it was never expected that way. It was like, oh, well, at least the quarterback play will be better in the offense in which it is as of now.
And it was better, but it just, and I think the problem too
we'll
is
always have UTEP. That was great.
Yeah, and the first half, well, I guess Colorado was fine, but the first half against Illinois and into the second half of Illinois, I think the biggest issue with Dylan Raiola is that he was good and then he was so bad. Yeah. And so his numbers in the end just look really average, right? 2,800 yards, 13-11 touchdown interception ratio.
The UCLA pick six, the Iowa game.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Like,
Simple said it. His completion percentage is near 70. It was, but the middle chunk of the season, it dropped below 60. It got so horrible. And so, again, to go back to what Brian said, the critique of the media getting it wrong was that we were slow to recognize when the offense was his fault, not just everybody's fault.
Well, there was also parts of the season too where I think exactly what you just said. There were parts of the season, like the Indiana loss, like everything was so bad that you almost didn't give the credit to Dylan for how bad the game was. Does that make sense?
Well, the defense, because the defense allowed 56, the offense scored 7. So it's like, who do you want to be angrier at?
Yeah, exactly. So it's just like, well,
and I was angry at the defense.
Right, exactly, right. And so then when you go back to like the UCLA game, you're like, okay, like how often or how long are we going to keep
Jordan
this?
says that he was also hurt, and he was. Like,
yes,
and
that's true.
That's not an excuse to make. Look, there was another comment a few moments ago. Lane says, I will admit this year will be very telling about Raiola. That's kind of where I'm at right now, where I need to see what happens this year. And if that's a cop-out, fine. Go pound sand.
I'm not on that boat because maybe this is just like me trying to be impartial and maybe this is me being the media and I'm just being like bad about this. But there's a part of me that I guess I'm just holding out positivity that like this is how it's supposed to work.
Yeah.
And this is how he's supposed to be here for 3 years. He's going to get better this year. And then in year 3, he's going to be spectacular. Like that's how it's going. That's how in my vision, like the perfect world I want it to look like. And I'll admit, in year 1, it didn't look like that.
No, it did not. It definitely did not. I don't want to say that this year is going to give him like every single tool that he needs in the toolbox, but he's definitely going to have a much better play caller.
Yeah.
And that's inarguable.
100%.
Is the receiver room better? We'll find out. The running back room, I like Emmett Johnson. I have questions about everybody else. I like the offensive line. So like I would say in the aggregate, it is certainly a net improvement because they don't have Satterfield calling plays. Looking at the offense, the players, is it a net improvement? Maybe.
Yeah.
You know?
And
we'll
everyone does want to point to like the little moments, especially like the pinstripe bowl where it's like, okay, well, did you slide like at the right time? Like the interception.
And his awareness needs to get better.
So when I was in Des Moines this past weekend, it was like
boys weekend.
It was like the boys weekend. It was like the Nebraska whatever game of the week or whatever, and they had the pinstripe bowl on.
Ugh.
I forgot how bad that first interception was. Do you remember he threw a flyer out down the sideline in double coverage?
Do you remember what quarter it happened in?
Very first quarter. It was like I think it was Nebraska's very first drive.
Okay.
And he threw an interception and he was under pressure, threw the ball like basically being hit and being thrown to the ground, threw it up for grabs, and it just was like picked on the sideline.
Oh, you know what? Now I have vague recollection of this interception.
And I remember watching it, and my dad and I, like, even my dad was sitting next to me, and he just goes, he was like, I just don't remember that play at all. And he was like, that was just very bad. And it's one of those, too, where, like you had said, all of these things that were bad about Dylan doesn't necessarily mean that those are going to continue to happen. You hope that those are corrected and that he, like, learns from those moving forward, and that Dana Holgorsen then opens him up and gets him more comfortable throwing the deep passes, and that the receivers will be more aggressive in being able to play the ball and all that sort of stuff, right? You hope that every single time you enter an offseason, just because a player had bad moments the year before does not mean that they cannot improve upon said bad moments the next year.
100%. 100%. I'm trying to find I think I found it. All right, let's check it out.
You watching
12:40 to go in the first quarter. He drops back. He throws. Oh, yikes. Yeah, he just hung it up there.
Yep.
Yeah, you can't do that. Come on, Dylan.
Yeah.
You can't do that.
But see, it's stuff like that. Like we were like watching that. I was like, wow, I just do not remember that part at all.
Baymon says he looked like a true freshman quarterback with an average at best supporting cast. All in all, he looked mostly how I expected.
That is also 100% true too.
Yeah.
I think that's the other part that like we and you had mentioned it. We do discredit it like quite often when we put this like eggshell around Dylan of like what his freshman season was, that we don't take away like the pieces of it where it's just like, okay, well, this is when Satterfield like left. This is like his entirety, what we thought was a really talented group of athletes that were coming in turned out to not be so great. Like he didn't have a lot to do around him. The question was, did he elevate them to a higher status? I don't think he did.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing ultimately that people are going to hope for, right?
Yeah.
You know, can he make everybody better?
And honestly, I think I don't think you even have to put truth serum in a lot of the people. I think you could tell Dana. I think you could tell Satterfield. I think you could tell Rule, and you could be like, did Dylan? I think you'd ask Dylan, did he elevate the talent around him to a higher level? And I think all of them would be like, no, it wasn't good enough to take that next step.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens in 25. Your coworker, Jacob Padilla.
Hi, Jacob.
Says, Austin, we tried the cursive challenge in the chat, but I'm the only one who responded and everybody ignored it.
Oh, he's giving away company secrets now. Look at this.
I see a group chat.
That's crazy.
26 participants in there.
Hey,
wow, that's a lot of boys. Are those all the boys?
Will you do me
there are
a
girls
quick...
in there too, Nick.
Oh, look at that.
A girl can be a boy.
Josh,
BOI.
will you look
Gender
at that quick photo of that group chat?
Yeah.
You'll see it says the whole squad, 26 participants.
It's Jacob's photo.
That is a handmade meme by myself where I put laser eyes on Jacob Padilla.
Wow, shout out to you. By the way, that's from May 22nd.
Wow, that was also a thing with deep frying,
Yes.
putting laser eyes on things.
Yes.
That's a meme I'm not a fan of. That and like cats, I'm out on.
You're out on cats.
You're out
I
on
don't like
cats?
cat memes.
That was the
I
first.
can't have
Those
cat-
were the first memes.
That's bad, Nick.
Wow.
Nick, you watch a movie from the 70s and you're like, the technological aspects of this are just not as good as they are today. And you're critical of them. I can be critical of a cat meme because it's garbage. And it wasn't funny in the moment. That's my take. I thought it was bad at the time.
Wow, the cat tax on the internet. Josh never paid it.
Nick, are you also over the AI cat videos of like them having like stories and stuff? Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
When the cats are like pregnant and then they like cheat on their
Oh,
cat husband and then they hook up with their cat.
Try
gym
to
coach.
avoid all of that. It's
All right.
AI slop brain rot, and I
Yes.
think it's ruining society.
Yeah, it's ruined my algorithm is what it's done.
Speaking of things that have ruined society, us not talking about the Denzel Clark catch.
Dang it.
That's true.
Nick wrote about it in a way that we have talked about it. We've not talked about it yet. We're going to talk about it next. We're going to play the damn video,
Hell
Nick.
yeah.
I was going to play it for Farron and then just didn't have time. Also, other stuff too, like the Steelers, but not Aaron Rodgers.
How dare we?
And what we're doing tonight beyond food.
I can't wait.
Yep,
Very excited.
me as well. Oh, Connor Happer said, I just watched the Slice segment from earlier.
Did you
thoughts on
send him
Slicey?
the screenshot of the scuffed bracket? Is that what
Scuffed?
made him want to watch it?
Maybe he just likes baseball, Nick.
Okay, well, that's exactly what you did.
What does scuffed mean? Is that another Gen Z
It is,
term?
I've
actually.
never heard of
You-
scuffed.
you've never heard
I've
scuffed?
never heard of it. Must be a
God,
an
you're
Iowa
100,
thing.
Austin.
I know.
Get your casket ready. You're dead.
I scuffed the bracket, but in the grand scheme, it doesn't matter because Arkansas was always going to be the top.
That's true. That's true. All right, let's get to some delicious content, Nick.
Nice.
On 1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike. All right, folks, it's time for Nick Grimm to say some more words.
Woo!
Nick, take it away.
Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Clayton Kershaw? That was the first sentence.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Yeah, I have heard of Clayton.
Yeah.
Not happy about the Cardinals.
Oh, what
That's
do you mean?
The second sentence.
Okay.
Prior to Sunday's series finale, the Cardinals played a throwback video of Matt Adams' go-ahead 3-run home run in Game 4 of the 2014 National League Division Series. That's the NLDS.
Nice. Good job, Nick.
One that was hit off of Kershaw. Said the pitcher, I think it's a little bush league, but I don't expect anything less from these guys, so it's no worries.
Hit him with these guys.
Don't put it on the internet that he's mad.
So on one hand, I want to agree with Kershaw because screw those guys. Because it's St. Louis.
Yeah.
On the other hand, like, that's kind of a B move, I would say, Austin. That's a tough look to be whiny about a highlight video. They always show highlight videos about the opposition, right? Like, imagine if Eric Crouch went to the 2010 Nebraska-Kansas State game and got triggered that they showed the highlight of his face mask getting ripped off.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, this is just a part of, like, just natural environment. You can always be mad and upset about it, but the one thing you can't do is you can't make commentary on it because then it just gets worse. They'll find another way to get back at you.
Yeah.
Can we admire that catch by Denzel Clark, please? I've been watching it so many times today, and I want you guys to see it.
All right, here it is.
And this one to center field. Denzel Clark on the move back after he stepped.
Oh my God!
He makes another catch!
Oh my God!
Back-to-back weeks where he wins the electric play of the week, and he's already on the leaderboard for this week!
You go ahead and book it. I've heard the list. I've seen the list of the greatest catches you're ever going to see in your life. If you don't have room for this one on your list, we're watching two different sports. I mean, Denzel Clark climbs the ladder and then hangs out.
I hate the part in the live video where the camera switches right before he made the catch.
Yeah, that was bad.
Tough look by the director there. I'm happy that we finally played it, Nick.
I am too. I love that video.
Yeah, that was good. I didn't realize that the announcers had a higher octane in their pitch that they could reach, but somehow they did. It was pretty impressive.
Nice job, announcers.
Much like Game 2 of the NBA Finals, the Panthers absolutely rocked the Oilers last night in Game 3.
Go Panthers.
What's up with all these blowouts?
Well, my thought is because the team is better than the other one. That's my thought.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Keep that in the hot take market, please, Austin.
It also didn't hurt that Connor McDavid's got real injured that day. So we'll see if that's going to affect anything moving forward. I know you're a big puck guy. So.
I know who Connor McDavid is. They call him Connor McJesus.
They do. Yes.
He's really fast.
He's very fast, except when he gets essentially chop blocked in the ice.
That's illegal, Nick.
It's interesting that they call him Connor McJesus because I don't think Jesus was known for being a fast ice skater.
Well, Jesus did walk on water, and one could argue that skating is kind of the same thing.
Is skating walking on water for modern times?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, great work there, Austin.
No problem.
Yeah.
Wow, nice blasphemy, Austin.
Wow, geez.
Austin.
Is that like a B reference, like Blark, or is that just regular?
No, blasphemy is just a word.
Gotcha. Good to know. Fair.
Now I'm imagining somebody spelling Bible, but with the B.
Nick, you could do that as a meme.
I could do that in the chat right now. TJ, don't call me Amp. Watt and the Pittsburgh Steelers are not handshake memeing right now. Any chance this ends terribly for both sides, leaving Josh a very, very happy man?
No, because nothing in football leaves me happy anymore.
Oh,
my life is now destined to be sadness and pain, of which no one in the audience will ever be able to understand.
Did you want TJ Watt?
Yeah, they could have drafted him, but instead they drafted Taco Charlton.
Oh, but he has a great name.
He has a fun name, but he's not TJ frickin' Watt.
Yeah.
Do I want... I mean, is this going to end terribly? No, of course they're going to sign him for his contract. Yeah. Probably before Micah Parsons for some stupid reason, Jerry.
Yeah, they'll probably figure it out. They'll actually probably trade Micah Parsons to the Steelers.
Don't you dare say those words out loud ever again.
I didn't mean it. I was just, you
2015 Super Bowl.
Yeah, you brought it up first. You brought this upon yourself. That was all you.
Broncos.
Yep. Bang.
Broncos, Nick.
Let's ride. Earlier today, ESPN announced they'll go to Ohio State for Longhorns Buckeyes to kick off College Game Day's 2025 season. This will also be Lee Corso's final show.
Rip.
Is this a good pick?
What?
Wow.
Don't say rip about him.
What do you mean? I didn't say rip about him. It's his final show. Rip.
Bip.
That doesn't work the same way.
No.
I like that we're gonna get actually like a big send off for Lee Corso. I think that's kind of the right way to do it, and you can kind of like build into it. You can kind of make it nostalgic and everything. And in the grand scheme of the entirety of the season, that game doesn't really mean a whole lot because both teams are probably gonna be doing just fine.
So I agree. Like their first game day game where he put the headgear on was at Ohio State, so I think it's fitting that it does that. Though I did see some people who are like, Alabama is playing at Florida State. Like go to Florida State because that's where he played, which would have fit. And that game is on the ESPN family of networks. But I'm okay with the Ohio State Texas game.
It also, if you don't think that he may or Kirk Herbstreit may or may not have had like a little bit of an opinion in there to be like, which game would you rather go to? I think that they probably are like, we'll lean which way you want to go. It's one game day, the last one. We're gonna
hell, I wonder if they asked him like, where do you want to go?
Yeah, exactly.
It was probably down to those two schools.
Yeah,
and Ohio State will have a really good crowd.
No NBA finals tonight. No Stanley Cup finals tonight. The MCWS is still a few days away. What the hell? Men's College World Series. It's official branding.
As people say.
What the hell are you putting on your TVs this evening, fellas?
Interesting. I actually just found out that Dr. Girlfriend's parents are in town, so I don't know what we'll be doing this evening. So maybe it's an intervention. That would be very sad.
Why
for all your dart ripping?
That could be it. They could also say, we heard your segment about how many cigarettes you've smoked in your life, and we are going
You need
to
to
come
bump up
stop
those
with that.
numbers.
Yep.
Those are rookie numbers.
Yeah, right.
I started a Stephen King short story last night.
Oh, did Schaefer get you your books?
No. I got this from the library, Nick, because I support the library.
Nice.
And I got halfway through it, and I'm going to finish that and then start another one.
Very good.
Another novella.
By the way,
awesome.
If anyone has 25 minutes in any part of the rest of this week, Netflix has a new documentary called The Turnaround out. It's 25 minutes long, and it's about Trey Turner's standing ovation from the Phillies fans. It is awesome.
On Netflix?
On Netflix.
They have a 25-minute documentary?
It was
a
great.
very long standing ovation.
I legitimately cheered up.
Or was it a batanding ovation, Nick?
Ooh.
Josh.
Ooh.
You sound so old.
Yes,
Jeez.
now it's not cool anymore, Youngs. Sorry.
Get your casket ready. You're dead.
Speaking of...
That could be a good graphic, Nick. Get your casket ready. You're dead.
Basket.
Rip.
You know, if you think about
Austin's popping up. Rip.
a casket really is just a basket for a body that you bury.
How many bees can you fit in?
Basket, body, bury.
Body.
Anyway, speaking of the library,
Yeah.
I bought a book from
The
the
Bibbery?
library. I bought a book. Yeah, because sometimes they
bought
sell
one from the
Yeah, sometimes
Oh,
they
did
sell
you go to
books.
the sale at 90th and Dodge?
No, it was the Millard Library.
Oh, awesome.
Whoa.
What book did you
Western
buy?
Nebraska.
It was a book that was telling the story about a car. This is an actual thing that happened.
I will believe you.
A car race that happened in the early 1900s.
Yeah, Doc Hudson.
From from New York to Paris.
Mm-hmm.
They drove that whole way in 1900s cars.
But where?
How did they drive to New York to Paris?
They went across the country. They drove up to Alaska. Then I think there was a ferry. Then they drove through Siberia. A lot of people didn't make it.
Why did they go the long way?
That was the thing.
It's a very
Love of the
long
game.
way.
That
Here
was
it
the
is.
race.
So they took a boat
Okay, that's brazy.
from Seattle to Yokohama? What? That's the dumbest crap I've
Wow,
ever
that's
heard.
that's insane.
Yeah, I'm excited. I haven't actually read it yet, but I've listened to a podcast about this, and it's one of my favorite things to ever happen.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's really cool.
One of your favorite things to ever happen? You
Yes.
got engaged.
I said one of, not the favorite.
I just want to make sure.
Nice.
Just want to make sure. All right, when we return,
Been engaged.
it's time for What's for Dinner.
That was good, actually.
Damn
You
it.
did it.
All right, we'll do that next on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Jordan says, "Isn't Binner breakfast for dinner?" No, Brinner. Brinner is breakfast for dinner.
Yeah.
not Binner.
Binner's just Gen Z dinner.
Man, I've been thinking about doing breakfast for dinner a lot lately, but I would have to make bacon, and I just don't want to.
You don't have to make bacon.
No, but my breakfast for dinner, but I'd have to make the meat. Whereas a lot of the time we just have the bacon already made, and then I can just heat it up.
Just use like potatoes instead.
No, I want
instead of
bacon, Nick.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's not a meat.
Hey, honey, I can't get bacon. Would you rather have potatoes? No one takes that trade.
I like potatoes.
I do too, Nick, but I want the potatoes and the bacon. I
Yes.
want a burrito that has bacon in it.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Would you like a double potato burrito?
Actually, yeah, that sounds
Sorry,
awesome.
we're out of bacon. Would you like another potato?
I like potato.
All that to say, I think I'm going to do what we talked about earlier off air, boy dinner, and I
Boy
think I'm going to
dinner.
do tendies and fries.
You're
in
going
the
to
air
rip a dart
fryer.
and have a Red Bull?
Yeah, because
Hell
I'm
yeah.
going to go have a beer after work, and then by the time I get home, I'm not going to want to cook, and so I'm just going to throw in the air fryer, take care of Banks, easy peasy. Though it is,
Respect.
I can't walk him because it's like almost 90 degrees, and he's a
Is
black
it really?
dog.
Yeah.
It's 86.
Oh, no. That hurts. That
Yeah.
hurts my feelings. It ruins my night plans with my dog.
What were you? Oh, were you going to
I
walk
was
your
also going to
dog?
walk, but maybe I'll wait till 8:30. If it gets below
There you go.
80, I'll go.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
What's for dinner for you?
We have too many leftovers in the fridge. I left over the weekend, and then we had like everything kind of bottled up. We got sweet potatoes, shredded chicken, breakfast burritos. I got to go through some stuff. So I'm thinking I'll probably do like a combo bowl of shredded chicken and sweet potatoes, maybe some mixed veggies in there. Get the
Nice.
fiber up. if we
Bacon,
can.
bacon, not potatoes. Nick. Those
Mhm.
are different things.
Yeah, but he also sweet potatoes gross.
Yeah,
No,
thank
I
you.
love
Nick,
sweet potatoes.
Good take. Rip.
Are we kidding me?
So you liked in high school when suddenly all of our potato things became like sweet potato fries
Yes.
and sweet potato tots?
Hashtag thanks, Michelle. Thank you.
Yucky wucky.
It was one of the worst things to ever happen.
All right,
Yeah.
what are you having for dinner?
Don't know. Last night we had frozen pizza.
How was that?
Respect.
Pretty good.
I had leftover frozen pizza for lunch.
I like frozen pizza. I'm not afraid to say it.
It'll do
It depends on the pizza, but yes, I agree with
It
the
does
sentiment.
the job. I will eat it.
Yes.
Although I didn't like, so it was Red Baron, but it was like pizza oven crust or brick oven crust.
Oh.
And it didn't translate well
Yeah,
to a frozen
I have a
pizza.
theory that the more adjectives you add to my pizza, the less I like it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, so if you add like oven, like brick oven crust or whatever, like it's just not going to be good.
It's an interesting theory.
It's
I don't
like
think
how
you're
we
wrong.
it's like how we talked about breweries a couple of years ago and how they always have the.
It's always like
Oh,
a nature thing and an adjective
Yeah, I
or a verb.
have a theory on breweries. The more vowels, the worse it is.
Like the knotted
More
crow.
vowels it
Mhm.
is. Yeah, because the place I went to was the knotted root.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, see, we're getting close to too many vowels.
That's too many. How many vowels are too many?
4 or more, I don't go.
4 or more.
And I don't, if it has like brewing and stuff, I don't count that in. But like if the initial name, yeah.
So like cross strain.
Yep, 2.
That's
2.
good.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I is a vowel, so that's 3.
Are you getting vowels and syllables mixed
yes,
up?
I mean syllables. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Nick.
Syllables.
Yeah, syllables are
Okay.
different. Syllables are different.
That
So
makes
how,
sense.
How many is too many?
Oh, 4 again.
4.
4 syllables is too many.
Uh-oh. Well,
Like,
you're not
it-
going to like
like-
where I'm going tonight.
Uh-oh. Tough.
Yeah, it's 4.
I hate
It's
that.
a great place.
Is it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, you'll have to tell me here in 4 minutes.
Yeah, it's really, really good. All right, coming up tomorrow, Austin's back.
Hey.
We'll find out if he got
Binner?
castigated by his not in-laws for not being there in-laws.
Yes, thank
We'll
you.
find out about
Dr.
that.
Girlfriend, don't you forget it.
Gotta go
yeah.
rip a Bart.
Yeah.
What if I'm Dr. Engaged at the end of this? That'd be
Whoa.
sick.
You're proposing tonight?
No, I don't think so.
This
What if
is
she is?
Awesome.
That would be crazy.
Women can propose.
Yes, they can.
Why didn't she in yours?
Because she wanted to be proposed to. I
Respect.
said, you can. I would like to be proposed to.
Classic. For Austin, for Nick, I'm Josh. Have a great night. We'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.